This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of MSPN Digital Television and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of MSPN Digital Television.
It's the start of the Fargo Post 400 season at Starry Bank Field. It's opening day, and they host a team that they clobbered 13-7 just 4 days ago up in Grand Forks. It's the Grand Forks Post 6 Royals and the Stars next on MSPN.
Broadcast booth for the pregame show on MSPN Digital Television.
All right, we got a nice look at the bright blue sky there as our camera wanted to be a little bit difficult, and we're going to fix that. That was a great way to opening day with a look at the bright blue sky above Starry Bank Field. And there you see them. It's your Fargo Post 400 Stars for the first time here on their home field. Once again, these two teams played about 4 days ago up in Grand Forks, and the Stars got the 13-7 victory in a game where the Stars pitched, to double check my numbers, 7 or 8 pitchers. Will they not do that this time, I bet you? More of your pregame show coming up right after this.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
When one of us comes up short,
we all come up short.
There's no vape in team.
Think there are only school supplies in your child's backpack? Think again. 5 e-cigarettes were hiding in plain sight. Parents, do your homework.
Learn more about vaping at health.mn.gov/e-cigarettes. Little's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of three ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, well, gapper in the 3-4 gap into left and right field and try to avoid stuff up the middle and all that good stuff. And then win mentally, limit between game sugar intake, and there's a little bit of the inside on that one there. Want to wish a happy birthday to Colston Sen's dad, Dan Sen. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to him. So the Stars, between games, cannot celebrate too much by intaking too much of that birthday cake. So we will be right back, and we'll have your pregame show here in just a little bit.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
Umpires for Game 1, on plate Mike Lee, and on the bases, Justin Farkas.
Issue. I don't know what was happening. Our PA audio was bleeding through on our microphone, so we're switching to the box we're used to using here, and hopefully that will.
First pitch for Game 1, right on time at 5:30, 83 degrees current temperature.
Braden Brevick is the batter, by the way, and I can't see. One ball, one strike is where we're sitting at right now.
Batting second, number 5, left fielder Caden Tostenson.
Welcome back. Apologize there, I had to get some things rerouted with our audio, but it's Caden Tostenson now, and hopefully everything's working. If not, I'll get a message from our MSPN analytics department. Pretty confident in that. Caden Tostenson, the batter, once again, one ball, no strike on a pick-off attempt there to Braden Brevick, who's standing on first. Once again, a big happy birthday to Dan Sen, Colston Sen's dad. On the mound is Joe Gould here for Fargo Pulse 400. And the pitch is high for a ball. 2-0 now here to Caden Tostenson. We'll see Griffin Hoganson next. Possibly Alex Seaver this inning. That's batters 1, 2, 3, and 4 here for Grand Forks. 2-0 count now here to Caden Tostenson. Nobody out here in the top of the first. Another pickoff attempt, and they will keep Brevik in check there over at first base. One big thanks to Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, and Mandy's of Fargo ND for being our scoreboard sponsor, along with FM Convention Bureau and Marvin Windows and D&O Industries for supporting Fargo Post 400 baseball this season, as Gould will reach a 3-0 count and fall behind on the count here for 3-0, and I'll walk them. So there'll be 2 runners on base now. So 4 pitch
Batting third,
to Tostenson.
number 9, second baseman Griffin Hoganson.
It's so right now. That's perfect. Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you. Yep.
Looked like he was squaring up for a bunt. Couldn't quite tell. The sun's shining right into the press box here, and it's really hard to see at the moment. Doing the best I can, though, for you. And we'll have a visit to the mound. Let's have Kindred here at Starry Bank Field. That's tomorrow while the Astros head off to Castleton. And both of those games are tomorrow. We'll have one of them on MSPN, and that will be a hit ball to right field. And coming in is the right fielder, Alex Gustafsson, to make the catch. And they finally have an out on the board. So the visit to the mound,
batting fourth,
doing positive things.
Number 7, shortstop Alex Seaver.
Another pickoff attempt as they're really keeping their eye on Braden Brevik, the runner on second base there for Grand Forks. Caden Tostenson, the batter. Or, I'm sorry, the runner on first, Alex Seaver, is the batter. And there's a ball. That's up and will go into the turf. That's 1-0 here, Seaver. Ryan Rickow is on deck here for that's a ground ball into left field. And they will hold the Brevik at third. So now the bases are loaded here early in the first inning.
Batting fifth, the pitcher number 10, Ryan Rickow.
And the pitch, and that one will miss outside. He'll fire up to third. The ball goes into left field. That'll bring Brevik in. There'll be at least a 1-0 game, as it is Grand Forks that strikes first. One. A little high, 2-1. Swing and a miss. And that is a strikeout. It's the first one of the home portion of the schedule here for Joel Gould and the Stars.
Batting sixth, number 12, first baseman Gabe Shower.
I'll bring up Gabe Shower now. Runners on second and third. Alex Seaver on second. Caden Tosteson on third. Both of them got there via the error charge of the catcher, which allowed Braden Brevik to come in and score and give Grand Forks the 1-0 lead. A little bit windy here in Southwest Fargo. As Gould starts to throw strikes. And as soon as I say that, tosses a ball to even up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. And I'm going to say it hit. I'm going to now reload the bases.
Batting seventh, number 3, right fielder Cam Irion.
Cam Irion, the batter now. Pitch is a little bit high for a ball. 1-0. Count to Irion. Tosteson on third, Seaver on second, Gabe Shower on first. The runners on for Grand Forks. Leading 1-0 here with 2 away in the top half of the first after that last strikeout by Joe Gould. And speaking of strikes, throws one there to even up the count. A ball and a strike to Cam Irion. So now another walk, and that'll bring in a run to make it 2-0 Grand Forks.
Number 1, catcher David Larson.
Now bring up David Larson. He had a hit to center field in that preseason game about 5 days ago, and we're going to have another visit to the mound here, and have to wonder if that's possibly going to be a pitching change, and it will be. They're going to take Joel Gould off the mound here. He's having some troubles with the first inning of play here, and they'll bring in somebody else, and we'll tell you who that somebody else is in just a moment here on MSPN Digital Television.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
All right, new pitcher here for Fargo Pulse 400 is going to be Ethan Dahl. And the first pitch to Dave Larson is fouled away for a strike. So it's 0-1 here, and Joel will just have to shake it off. He will be, if the Grand Forks does score any of the 3 runners on base, they'll be charged Joel, but he'll just have to shake it off and come out next game and do a little bit better. It's one of those home opener jitter things, and he'll get over it. There's no doubt about it. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count now here to David Larson. And so far, so good for Ethan Dahl. Ahead in the count on Larson. We'll see if Dahl can get the Stars out of this bases loaded jams. That one's fired foul down the third base line. And it will stick right where we're at 1-2. High and out, and ducking down is Larson, not leaving up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Your umpires today are Justin Farkas out, and right now you can see him standing close to second base, and behind the plate is Mike Lean. So Lean calling the ball and strikes, and Farkas calling the action out on the field. Full count now here to David Larson with the bases loaded. Once again, it's Alex Seaver standing on third base, looking for an opportunity to come in. And Dahl will walk him, and that'll bring in run number 3. So that run is charged to Joe Gould. And the bases remain loaded as Larson is walked.
Number 2,
scoring Seaver, moving Shower to third, Irion up to second, bringing up Keegan Hensrud. So a quick 3-0 lead now here for Grand Forks on the top of the first. And that pitch is a little bit low and out for a ball. 1-0 here to Keegan Hensrud. Hensrud had a couple of ground outs in that preseason game. 1 to third, 1 right back to the pitcher up at Kraft Field in Grand Forks. And that one will hit the strike zone to even up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Ethan Dahl on the mound pitching now. Malachi Wurmeyer is catching. We'll go around the bases here after this pitch, as we didn't have a chance to do that. 1-1 is high. It's 2 balls and a strike. Gus Wurmeyer at first, Matt Bryant at second, Caleb Christensen. Let's try that again. Caleb Christensen, the shortstop. Ashton Renas at third. And the outfield here after the 2-1. This one, a bouncing ball towards short, picked up by Christensen, fired over to third. Force out on Irion will end the inning. The run will not score, and the Stars get out of what could have been something a little bit more disastrous.
1 hit.
It's 3-0 Grand Forks, and the Stars come to bat when we return after this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
When one of us comes up short,
we all come up short.
There's no vape in team.
Think there are only school supplies in your child's backpack? Think again. 5 e-cigarettes were hiding in plain sight. Parents, do your homework.
Learn more about vaping at health.mn.gov/e-cigarettes.
All right, welcome back. It's Matt Bryant. He just took the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0 here. Matt Bryant in that game against Grand Forks had 3 hits to left field. 1 in the first inning, then he went hitless for like about 6 or 7 innings, and then he got a couple of hits in the late part of that game. And he also had a fly out to center, a fly out to left, a ground out to second, and a pop out to third. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at-bats in a 9-inning game for Matt Bryant in that particular contest. Quick 3-0 count now here. Ryan Witkow is the starting pitcher here, and that one's outside, and that'll walk Bryant. And starting pitcher for Grand Forks having a similar look to the starting pitcher for Fargo Post 400.
Center fielder number 3,
and we'll see if
Mathiasen
can capitalize on it. They're down 3, and now Kane Mathiasen comes to the plate. In that game against Grand Forks, actually, the preseason game against Grand Forks and the preseason game against West Fargo, got to keep both of those in mind. He had a pair of hits, 1 to left field, 1 to right field. He also had an infield single, a ground out, and a pop out to short. 1 ball, no strike here to Kane Mathiasen. So the wind picks up here, and that is a strike on the outside edge, even up the count of the ball and strike. 1-1 here to Kane Mathiasen. Ryan Ritkow pitching, David Larson behind the plate catching. You got Gabe Schauer manning the first base bag. Griffin Hoganson at second. The shortstops Alex Seaver and Keegan Hensrud standing over at third. Here's the pitch. That one flied out right center field. Center fielder Braden Brevik is underneath there for the catch, and that's one away here for the Stars, and that'll bring up Caleb Christensen. So once again, the outfield, Braden Brevik and center, Caden Costison in left, and Cam Irion in right. So the fly out to center by Mathiasen.
A balk was called the previous pitch, so no pitch. And Mathiasen will continue at the plate.
Hang on a second. So they're saying that there's no pitch on that last play, so Mathiasen should have a 1-1 count. And that is indeed what they have on the scoreboard in the outfield. So no fly out to center, as they're saying that was not an official pitch. So take the out off the board. Put Matt Bryant on second. I'm not sure how he got there. He must have got there and the sun blocked my view. And a little bit low for 3-1 here, and a big opportunity for the Stars to go from 1 out, 1 on to potentially no out, 2 on. And that's exactly what will happen. No outs and 2 on.
Now third.
Now I'll bring up Caleb Christensen.
Number 6, shortstop, Caleb Christensen.
Christensen with a pair of hits to left field in that game against Grand Forks just shy of a week ago. He also had a ground out to third and a couple of flyouts to left as well. And he'll bunt this one down. Nice bunt down the third base line, and he's going to be safe easily. It's going to go into the books as an infield bunt single. Or a hit for short.
Batting fourth.
And now the bases
Number
are loaded
19,
on a
first baseman,
excellent bunt
Gus
by Caleb
Warmeyer.
Christensen. And Gus Warmeyer. Batting cleanup, he does have a home run this season. It came against, it came against Grand Forks. Up at Kraft Field. Wiermeyer, Ashton Renas, and Gus Pankratz are members of the 2025 Fargo Post 400 Home Run Club so far this season. Gus Wiermeyer hit a rocket over the right field fence that you knew was gone the moment it hit the bat. If memory serves me correctly, I believe that was a 2-run homer because Ashton Renas' home run to left was a 3-run homer against Grand Forks up at Kraft Field. No balls and 2 strikes, and Wermeyer will foul that one away, and we're at no balls and 2 strikes once again. So the base is loaded. Another 0-2 pitch here with the bases loaded. And he'll crank it foul again. Third base side now to play. Stars back in action here at Starting Bank Field on Thursday. Line drive up the middle off the pitcher's glove, and it rolls its way into center field. Scoring is Matt Bryant, rounding third from second is Kane Mathiasen, and all of a sudden that 3-0 lead is down to a 1-run deficit for the Stars. A base hit from Gus Wermeyer. He just fired one right up the middle. Ryan Rickard went off his glove, like a pinball, ricocheted between first and second, and then between the second baseman and the second base bag out into center field. 2-run score, and that puts runners on the corners now here for the Stars. So it's a 2-run single, scoring Matt Bryan and Kane Mathiasen, pushing Caleb Christensen up to third. Malachi Wermeyer is the batter now. 1 ball, no strike to Wermeyer. Wermeyer has had a good preseason. He's had 5 at-bats on all of his plate appearances, and on 5 of those at-bats, he has 4 hits. Swing and miss there. Throw up to second. Won't be in time. And somehow Wermeyer gets in standing. Pitch came across as a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And this one is going out towards, I lost it. There's a little pop out towards second is where it went to. Once again, that sun is shining very bright. Hard to see
Batting sixth,
some of what's happening.
Number 14, designated hitter, Caden Newhart.
So it's a pop out to second. Runners stay put at their original bases. Caden Newhart, the batter now. One ball, no strike here to Caden Newhart. Five runs on 3 hits so far scored in this first inning of play between the two teams combined. And 1 ball, 1 strike to count here. 3-2 on the Maddies of FargoND.com scoreboard. And the 1-1 pitch, low and out, ball 2. Newhart will put the stop sign up towards Caleb Christensen on third. Once again, Gus Wermeyer, the runner on second here for the Stars. And a base hit could give them the lead. Like I said, this one ended up 13-7 up in Grand Forks in preseason mode. And there's a walk. So on the 3-1, he walks, and the bases are loaded once again. And here comes
Batting
Ashton
seven.
Renas.
Number 11, third baseman, Ashton Renas.
Member of the 2025 Stars Home Run Club. Hit that 3-run homer against Grand Forks to left field last time he was at the plate. Literally the last time he was at the plate. Ball one to Ashton Renas. The tying run is 90 feet away. The go-ahead run in scoring position on second. And that one's a little bit low, and another stop sign from Renas to Christensen this time. 2-0 the count. 30 minutes into the ball game already. Big thanks to Frank's Lounge, Dakota Fins and Feathers, TCI Insurance, and Sweet Shots for supporting Fargo Postal 100 baseball this season, as that one's fouled away out the first base side for a 2-1 count. Also, big thanks to Manny's of FargoND.com for sponsoring the scoreboard this year on MSPN Digital Television. Go visit them online. They have some really cool stuff. It's a local online store. They don't have a physical location, at least not yet. But they do have some cool stuff. There's a bloop single in center field. That will score Taylor Christensen, and Wiermeyer thought about rounding third, but he'll get the signal from the third base coach to put on the brakes there. And it's a base hit. And a run scores to tie the game at 3-3.
Number 17, left fielder Gunnar
on the RBI
Majerus.
single by Renas. And we have a tie ball game now at 3-3. Gunnar Majerus is the batter. Majerus, a pair of hits, fly out on the ground out to third so far in the preseason. Swing and a miss there for strike number one. Enjoyed the broadcast so far. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up for a like too. That'd certainly be helpful. If you want to help in a financial way, you can click that join button as well. So keep that all in mind. 1-1 the count, and now it's high for a 2-1 count to Gunnar Majerus. Two-one delivery. This is a bouncer towards third. They'll fire back home. The throw is off the mark, and Wiermeyer scores from third. And let's see here. Will they charge that as an error? Yes, they will.
Batting ninth, number 12, right fielder Alex Christopherson.
So Majerus reaches on the fielder's choice. And then the error charges the third baseman, allows Gus Wiermeyer to score. And everybody advances on the same error with Majerus reaching on the fielder's choice. Alex Christopherson now the batter. And that one goes into the backstop, and Dave Larson hurries up to make sure that everything is good on the bases. So 7 runs in the first inning now after a shaky start. The Stars have responded well here in the home half of one. 4-3 is our score on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard as the pitch is low and out for a ball. And it's 2-0 now here to Alex Christopherson. Bases are loaded. The bases have been loaded for quite some time. We're not out. Let's see here. I'm doing the math right. We're 2/3 through the inning. And now throw over to first. They did not get him. Run will score. That's Caden Neuwarth coming in from third. Ashton Renas will be forced out at third. And Christopherson will reach on the fielder's choice.
Second baseman,
Advances
number 1,
Majerus up to
Matt
second
Bryant.
base. So Neuwarth scores. Renas out at third on the force out. Majerus up to second. And Christopherson on, and that brings us back to the top of the order. Matt Bryant, he was walked last time he was at the plate. Takes the 5th pitch that he sees. And he's seen 5 balls so far. He's not seen a strike yet. And that will be ball 6, and that'll allow Majerus to get to third. It'll also allow Christofferson to get the second. So that'll go on a wild pitch. Second and third, base hit. Could be brutal here. And that pitch is a little bit high for a ball, and it's a 3-0 to Matt Bryant. 7 pitches and 7 balls for Mr. Bryant. He's 0 for 0 with a walk, if that wasn't apparent before I said that. There's the strike. Get that no swing free strike on a 3-0 count. Five runs on 3 hits and 1 error for the Stars. There's a strike. Strike 2. 2 away. We'll see if Reichel can strand those 2 runners on base or not. And he will not. Now the bases are loaded once again for Kane Mathiasen. The 11th batter of the inning, and it takes 11 batters for a mound of the visit to happen. The last 5 games that Grand Forks has had versus the Stars, they've outscored the Stars 28-26, but they are only 2-3. 1-1 at home here, 1-1 at Kraft Field, 1-1 here at Starting Bank Field, and then 0-1, sort of. It could be a road loss if you want to look at it that way, as they lost that state tournament game against the Stars here at Starting Bank Field. They scored 10 here at Starting on July 24th. They gave up 10 on July 24th 1 year later at home against the Stars.
Well, the Stars center
and those
fielder
last 5
number 3,
games did
Kane
not count that
Mathiasen.
preseason game from just a few days ago. Take a look at the Stars when we get a chance to do so. And that is going to score another run, maybe. I think he's out. Yep, he is. Majerus will get tagged out at third. That will strand 2 runners on base and bring the 36-minute inning to a conclusion.
2 left on. Stars
We're after where we have 1
after
complete here at Starting Bank Field. It's already 5-3.
Last double A in baseball.
We'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned. Right back.
4-1.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information, or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
Welcome back to Starting Bank Field.
Grand Forks center fielder number 4,
Last season, 9-4 overall, 11-6 if you include that state tournament. They outscored their opponents 86-67 in the regular season. That's going to be a hit to left field. Our button was a little slow bringing it back to the live camera there, but I promised that we did it in time. Braden
Left fielder
Brevitt
number
won
5,
last time, just got a single to
Tostenson.
right to left field. And I'll bring up Caden Tostenson now. Tostenson was walked by Joe Gould last time he was at the plate. His first time facing Ethan Dahl here in a 5-3 ball game. And that one's high to left field, and it is fair. It is a 2-run home run for the Grand Forks Royals. And now they're saying it's
Ground rule double, 2 base hit.
It's going to be a 2-base hit, so we'll take the 2 runs off the board there.
Second baseman number 9, Griffin Hoganson.
I want to say hi to Steve, who's tuning in, and based on his comment, I'm wondering if he saw all 8 runs, or if he tuned in shocked at to see the score at 5-3. You'll have to let me know which one of those 2 it is, Steve. 1 ball and 2 strikes, excuse me, to Caden Tosteson. So in that first inning of play, for the 2 teams combined, we saw 22 batters in the first inning between Grand Forks and Fargo Post 400. And that is a little pop up towards third, and that will be out number 1 as well.
Shortstop number 7, Alex Siebert.
Alex Seaver singled out in the left field. And if, let's see here, I think that single scored the first run or the first 2 runs potentially for Grand Forks. Swing and miss there, and it's a quick 1-2 count now here to Alex Seaver. Also, our MSPN analytics departments in Fargo and Phoenix have both chimed in. They are watching the game. They are taking the stats. They are diving into the stats. They are figuring out what all the stats mean. And during our post-game show, we'll go through some of those stats. We'll take some live questions from you in the chat and answer them. And maybe we'll see what else we might do in the post-game. Just to clarify, it'll be the post-game of Game 2, not Game 1. We don't have time to do it between games, but we'll definitely do it after the conclusion of game number 2 of the doubleheader. We'll take your questions and go over all the analytics. And a big thanks once again to Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, and Mandy's of Fargo ND for supporting Fargo Plus 400 baseball this season. That one's fouled away, and we sit at 2-2. So that puts out number 2
number 10, Ryan Rickow.
So Seaver goes down looking. Ryan Rickow also struck out swinging last time he was at the plate. We'll see if Ethan Dahl can get him to do it a second time. That one's going to be a little bit low. Ball 1 count now here to Ryan Rickow. Once again, the runner's on. Braden Brevik on third. Caden Tosteson on second here for Grand Forks. 1-0 with 2 away. And now it's 2-0 with 2 away here to Ryan Rickow. On deck is Gabe Schauer, hoping to get an opportunity to bat this inning. And 2-0. It turns into a 2-1. Nice swing of the bat there. Line drive on a short pop out to Kane Mathiasen in center, and due to the fact that there's 2 outs, that'll strand the 2 runners on base. So a fly out to second, they do get a couple of, or fly out to center, excuse me, they do get a couple of hits. And it'll be batters 2, 3, and 4. Kane Mathiasen, Caleb Christensen, Gus Wiermeyer will return after the break. Here it is.
Digital television. Just go to YouTube and search for MSPN Digital Television. Your home with baseball every
second inning here on MSPN Digital Television.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Here's the pitch from Raquel. Swing on, and did he catch it? He did. Nice catch by Gabe Schauer at first base. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Nice grab by Schauer at first. 1 away brings up shortstop number 6, Caleb Christensen.
They say that third base is the hot corner, but it certainly seemed like first base on that particular play. Here's Caleb Christensen. Had a nice bunt single. This one through the legs of Rick Howe into center field. Before I can finish saying what I was going to say, he already gets his 2nd hit of the game. They had runners on first and second when Christensen
first
laid
baseman
down
number 19, Gus Wiermeyer.
Right in between the third base line and the pitcher's mound, and just far enough. And Christensen got on with a bunt single, advances his teammates to load the bases, and this time he cranks one through the legs of Rick off into center field, and it brings up Gus Wiermeyer. So back-to-back singles. Now Wiermeyer will find right field for a single, and hustling over to third is Caleb Christensen to put runners on the corners for Fargo Pulse 400, and the Stars are cruising so far here in the early parts of this game.
Catcher number 8, Malachi Wiermeyer.
So Wiermeyer will get a single out into right field, and Christensen will turn on the afterburners to get over to the opposite corner, 180 feet away. Here's Malachi Wiermeyer. Pop out to the second baseman last time he was at the plate. See if he can do one better this time. 1 away in the pitch inside for a ball, and Larson jumped up, stared down Caleb Christensen, which allowed Wiermeyer to steal second base. Pitch comes across as a ball. And now 2 runners in scoring position, and the Stars are rolling once again. In addition to those questions, we'll go over some preseason power rankings, if that's what you'd like to call them. That one fouled down the third base line. Even the count up at 1 ball, 1 strike. One element that we weren't able to get to in the pregame show due to the very strange and unusual audio issue. The 2025 MSPN Legion Baseball Concession Stand Burger Contest. I got the 2024 rankings. I have the projected odds for 2025, and I can also tell you who's where so far in 2025. Maybe we'll get to that between games or maybe before the end of this game. But here's a base hit up the middle. That's going to score Caleb Christensen. They're going to send Wiermeyer, and the throw home is in time. He's out. So 1 run will score. Wiermeyer will get an RBI single.
Designated hitter number 14, Caden Newhart.
And Wiermeyer's tagged out at home. So that puts a runner on first base. And brings up Caden Newart, who walked last time he was at the plate. So it's now 6-3 as the Stars double up on Grand Forks. That one's hit up high to right field. And coming in to snag it there is Tostison, and that will put a conclusion to the second inning.
Stars had a run on
So after
three
a
hits.
37-minute
No errors
first
and one
inning,
left on.
we get a 13-minute second inning, and the Stars tack on one more. They double up on the Royals after two. It's 6-3 on the Mandy's of Fargo ND scoreboard. We're back with the third inning right after this. Stay tuned.
Mandy's of Fargo ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
When one of us comes up short,
We all come up short.
there's no vape in team.
Think there are only school supplies in your child's backpack? Think again. 5 e-cigarettes were hiding in plain sight. Parents, do your homework.
Learn more about vaping at health.mn.gov/e-cigarettes.
All right, welcome back. It's Gabe Shower who will start things off here in the top of the third. We'll also see Cam Irion and David Larson. It's batters 6, 7, and 8 for Grand Forks here in the home opener for the Stars. This one hit right to first base, and they'll step on the bag and then put one out on the board. So another one pitch, one out to start the half inning of play here at Starting Bank Field.
Right fielder, number 3, Cam Irion.
And Irion will see the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. That one's heading out to center field. Mathiason's there, and he makes the grab. 2 away.
Catcher, number 1, David Larson.
All right, so 2 away, and hopefully the audio is sounding better now. I had to do a lot of work behind the scenes here over the last inning to try and fix that, and I think I'll know for sure at the upcoming commercial break if it's working. 2-1. Once again, it's David Larson, the batter. That one's hit deep to left field, but not deep enough, and Gunnar Majerus is there to retire Grand Forks here in the top of the 3rd. So it's a quick 1-2-3 inning here for the Stars against Grand Forks. And we'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region, and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Welcome back. Ashton Renas will start things off here in the bottom of the 3rd. Everything is working fantastic. Woohoo! I am pumped. It can get frustrating, but that one's fouled away for a strike, and coming back from the commercial break, just by listening, I think you know what I was talking about in comparison to the first 2 innings, or first 2.5 innings. 1-1 the count. Once again, it's Ashton Renas, the batter. Gunnar Majerus, Alex Christopherson, it's the bottom of the order. 7, 8, 9 here for the Stars in the bottom half of the 3rd. And that one's outside for a ball. 2-1 now the count here to Ashton Renas. Stars coached by head coach Don Bryant and his assistants Jeff Fichtner and Kevin Pearson. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing and miss, 2-2. And that one will hit him, and he'll reach base. And I'll put a runner on, and Gunnar Majerus reached on a fielder's choice last time he was at the plate. And that fielder's choice resulted in an RBI for him as well. So we'll see what Majerus can do this time around. He's going to take the first pitch for a strike. It's a drop strike, but it's a strike nonetheless. Once again, Ryan Rickcow on the mound. David Larson catching. Gabe Schauer at first. Griffin Hoganson at second. Alex Seaver, the shortstop. Keegan Hensrud at third. The outfield here after the 0-1 pitch from Rickcow to Gunnar Majerus. Guess we would have had time to go through the outfield, but that's okay. Swinging and a miss, and that's strike 2. Outfield, Caden Tossison in left, Cam Urion in right, Braden Brevick in straightaway center field. Nothing in 2 now here to Gunnar Majerus. It's TCI Insurance and Doolittle's Wood Fire Grill, just a couple of our many sponsors supporting Fargo Post 400 baseball this season here on MSPN Digital Television. Here's the 0-2. That one's going to pop away, and that will allow Renus to go to second easily. As our analytics broadcasters have mocked me in the past, mocked me in a good way, it popped up like a piece of popcorn. I know that I used to say that a lot, and they must have liked it, so they started using it, and now the shoe's on the other foot, and I'm the one saying it because of them. 1 and 2 here to Majerus. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third. We've already hit the 1 hour mark of this ball game. 37 minutes of that 1 hour was spent in the first inning of play, where 8 of the 9 runs currently on the board were scored. That one's going to be served up, and it's caught. Nicely done there by David Larson. And that will retire Majerus for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Alex Christofferson now.
Right fielder, number 12, Alex Christofferson.
Christofferson reached on a fielder's choice, earning an RBI as a result on his last at bat. And that one's pushed outside for a ball. Here's the 1-0 pitch. High and in for ball 2. Once again, the Stars are back in action Thursday, 5:30 p.m. for a doubleheader against the Mandan Chiefs. That's this coming Thursday in just under 48 hours from now. And then after that game against the Stars. So the Stars have 2 home games. They have this one, and then they have Mandan. And then they won't see home again for nearly 2 weeks. So shortly after their home opener, they get pushed away from home as the Stars will play North Winnipeg in the Sioux Falls tournament. That game will start at 6:30 p.m. on Friday. And then they have 2 games on Saturday, one against Brandon at 10:30 and one against Shakopee at 1 o'clock. So they're pretty much back-to-back games, part of that Sioux Falls tournament. The games that the Stars will be playing in are actually going to be in Brandon, South Dakota. So it's a little bit on the outskirts of Sioux Falls. And outskirts might be generous by saying that, but... And then on the Sunday, which would be the final day of that Sioux Falls tournament, they have a 1 p.m. game against Aberdeen. And then they travel all the way back up to Fargo to play a game on the road against the Moorhead Blues in Moorhead on Monday the 16th. And then they get right on the bus. They don't even make a stop at Starry Bank Field. And they go all the way down to Omaha, Nebraska to participate in the Creighton Prep Tournament. And those Sioux Falls and Creighton Prep games, Sioux Falls games will be on MSPN, and the Creighton Prep games will be on MSPN as well. And that one will fall for a base hit as Braden Breivik tried to make a diving catch. And Renus will score from second.
Fielder, number 3, Kane Mathiasen.
And now Kane Mathiasen, the batter, with runners on second and third. Christofferson on third, Matt Bryan on second. And the 1-0 pitch is going to be fouled away to even things up at a ball and a strike. Mathiasen 0 for 1, a walk his first time up, and then he had that hard hit up first base and the diving catch by first baseman Gabe Schauer for his 2 at-bats, and this one's sent out to center field. Shouldn't be a problem for Brevik. He does have to backpedal a little bit, but runner will tag, and that'll be Christofferson. He'll tag on third, so go into the books as a sacrifice fly for Kane Mathiasen.
Shortstop number 6, Caleb Christensen.
Bryant will stay put at second, and the run will make it 8-3 in favor of Fargo Post 400. And now Bryant will take off for third. And the pitch will come across as a ball to Caleb Christensen, who's 2 for 2. He had the bunt that loaded the bases for a bunt single. His last at bat, he fired one right up the middle through the legs of Rick Koff, and it trickled into center field. And this one right back to Rickow, and he'll fire over to first for the out. That'll prevent the run from scoring, so they strand one on base, and we go now to the top of the 4th. After 3 complete here at Starry & Bank Field in the home opener, it's the home team with the lead on the Mandy of Fargo's ND.com scoreboard. 8-3 your score, and we're back with more in just a moment. Stay tuned. Actually, we're going to keep it right here and update everything. Let's see here. We got 8 runs on 7 hits. All right, now what you see on your scoreboard is correct. 8 runs on 7 hits, 1 error committed by the Royals, 1 left on base. And for the Royals, they have left 4 on base, 3 runs on 3 hits, and 1 error committed by the Stars. All right, we'll take no, we'll just keep it here. Actually, no, we won't. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment here on MSPN Digital Television.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free.
And tell you what, we will keep it right here because we took a little bit took some time fixing the scoreboard, and I kind of forgot that we didn't have any time remaining. Ball 1, the pitch here to get the jersey number here. Keegan Hensrud. And Hensrud will send this one over to short. It'll be a 6-3 ground out. So 1 down here in the top of the 4th. Back to the top of the order, Braden Brevik. And Jim, our good friend from North Carolina, Denver, North Carolina, my favorite city, not in my favorite state, but the city is my favorite in the opposite state, but... and he's saying that Starry & Bank Field is looking beautiful tonight, or I should say early evening maybe is probably a better way to put it. But come nighttime in Game 2 of this doubleheader, we'll certainly have the lights on and get a look at what Starry & Bank Field looks like in the evening time. Once again, the Comets are playing Kindred here at Starry & Bank Field tomorrow, while the Astros have a road game in Castleton against the Haymakers. Both of those games have 5:30 starts. I think we'll have the Comets game. It would be my hope to get both games on, but if we can't, I think we're going Comets on that. But if we can get both games on, we will. Otherwise, there'll be the Comets and Kindred tomorrow. This one sent out to left field. It'll drop for a base hit, picked up by Gunnar Majerus, and he'll fire it back in to hold Braden Brevik to a single. So he was walked his first time. He had a single to left on his last at bat. Now he has another single to left on this time around. And Caden Tosteson had the ground rule double last time he was up. Pushed his teammate to third, but they weren't able to put anyone across the plate on that opportunity. And before that, he was walked. That was the one we thought was a home run, but I guess it bounced over, and it was in the corner right by the foul pole. And from my vantage point, I couldn't quite see what was happening down there. But that's what they called it. It was a ground rule double. So we'll go with that ruling. And first ground rule double of the season. And this one bounced off the pitcher's mound of the middle. Nice grab by Christensen. He fires it over, and he got him. And that is a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Stars here in the top of the fourth. It remains 8-3 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard in favor of the Fargo Post 400 Stars. And it will be the Stars trading in the gloves for the bats. When we return after this, stay tuned.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
All right, bottom of the fourth. Gus Wermeyer will be the leadoff batter here for the Stars. We'll also see Malachi Wermeyer and Caden Newharth. So it's the middle of the order, batters 4, 5, and 6. Wermeyer, and Newharth. Wermeyer, so far, so good. He's been to the plate twice. And he's had 2 singles to shallow right field on both of those occasions. All right. That one's going deep to left, and this time he will not get any singles. There'll be a fly out to left, and it's 1 pitch, 1 out for Gus Wermeyer. And now Malachi Wermeyer will have an opportunity at Ryan Rickow.
Catcher number 8, Malachi Wermeyer.
Malachi Wermeyer is 1 for 2. Had a pop out to the second baseman. Then he drilled one up the middle into center field last time he was at the plate. Now he reaches base via nick on the elbow. So 1 pitch, 1 out, and 1 pitch, 1 base runner is how this inning has gone so far for the Stars. So they have a 5-run advantage here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. Caden Newharth 0 for 1, a walk his first time up. He would fly out to Brevik in center field his last at-bat. So 1 away and a runner on. That's Malachi Wermeyer on first. He takes off for second. The throw to second will be off the mark. And a head first slide for Wermeyer, and he'll steal second base. The pitch came across for a strike, so it's 0-1. Swinging and a miss on a pitch that floated to the outside. Newharth went chasing for it, paid the price, 0-2. And Newar sends this one out center field. Backpedaling is Brevik. He's going to get underneath it, and it is a out number 2. As Wermeyer thought about tagging up and going to third, but he will not do that.
Number 11, Ashton Reedus.
Ashton Reedus single up the middle into center field, and also hit by a pitch on his last plate appearance. And he will pop this one up, running after it's the right fielder. Irion has the catch. They leave one stranded on base, and that takes care of business here in the 4th. 4 down. We're an hour and 15 minutes into the contest, and the Stars have a 5-run lead thanks to those 5 runs in the bottom of the 1st. 8-3 is our score, and we're back with more. Actually, we're going to keep it right here because there's something I wanted to go over that our button's not working, and we almost went over it earlier. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the Stars, an element we didn't get to in our pregame show because of the fact of the audio issues that I was having. And those audio issues have obviously been corrected by now. But the Stars last year at Starry Bank Field went 9-4 in the regular season. Tack on the fact that they hosted the state tournament. They had 4 extra games here at home. So they were 11-6. They outscored their opponents 86-67, and if you include the state tournament, they outscored their opponents 98-81. They scored 17 runs against East Grand Forks, and they also allowed 14 runs in that same game in a 17-14 victory over East Grand Forks post 157. And the largest margin of victory at Starry Bank Field last year was a 9-0 win on July 3rd against the Moorhead Blues. So that is a look at what the Stars have done this season. And the last 5 games for Grand Forks versus the Stars, they are 2-3. 1-1 when they play at Kraft Field, 1-1 when they play here at Starry Bank Field, or 1-2 if you include the 0-1 state tournament neutral game. They outscored the Stars 28-26. They scored 10 here at Starry Bank Field 2 years ago on July 24th, and they allowed 10 1 year ago on July 24th up at Kraft Field. That's not counting the preseason game from a couple moments ago. So we now go to the top of the 5th, and the batter here is Griffin Haugenson. And Haugenson deep to left field, and it is a home run this time. Gunnar Majerus tried to rob that one. It is a solo home run for Griffin Haugenson. And this time they actually do get a home run. So they get one closer on the solo smash to left. And it makes it an 8-4 ball game.
Number 7, Alex Seaver.
I would have been impressed if Majerus would have caught that. That fence is low enough to the ground where if he would have caught it, him and the ball may have gone out of the park. Alex Seaver, the batter, 1 for 2. He's got a single to left. Struck out looking last time he was at the plate. 2 balls and a strike now here to Alex Seaver. Ryan Rickhow is on deck. Seaver and Rickhow represent batters 4 and 5 in the lineup here for Grand Forks. Ooh, that one will push him off the plate. And it'll be 3 balls and a strike. If you're just tuning in late, didn't see the start of the game, the Stars gave up 3 runs in a half inning where the bases were loaded for about 80% of the time. But Joe Gould was having trouble tossing strikes, and he walked in a couple of those runs. Another run came in after Ethan Dahl walked one in, but that run would be charged to Joe Gould. And then Ethan Dahl started throwing strikes after that first batter he faced in the first inning, and he's been doing good since then. Stars were able to respond after giving up 3 by scoring 5 of their own in the bottom of the first, and then 1 more in the bottom of the second, 2 more in the bottom of the third, and now the home run that you just saw brings us to our current score of 8-4. This is Ryan Rickow. Ethan Dahl now at 50 pitches unofficially. .52 with balls 2 and 3. So he's down on the count 3-0 to Rick Howe. Pitcher versus pitcher battle. He'll finally get the strike in there on the 4th pitch to make it 3-1. That one over the head of Matt Bryant into shallow right center field. It'll be picked up by Alex Christopherson, and that's good for a base hit and a single.
First baseman number 12, Gabe Shower.
Gabe Shower, the batter now. The 0-1. They'll call that strike 2. Looked like it came in a little bit low, but it's an 0-2 count now here to Gabe Shower. Hit by a pitch and a fly out for Shower so far in the contest here. 1 away in the 0-2 pitch. Up a little bit high, the throw back up to first, and head first slide by Raquel will put him back in safely on the first base bag. And it'll be a 1-ball, 2-strike count here to Gabe Shower with Cam Urion on deck. And the 1-2. Swung on, and that'll find the hole into the left field. It'll be a base hit. That'll push Rick Howe up to second base. And 2 runners on now here for the Grand Forks Royals.
Fielder number 3, Cam Urion.
Cam Urion 0 for 1 with a walk and a fly out to center field. So only 1 out here. Good position for Grand Forks to try and get a couple runs back if they can get their bat on the ball. There's a strike. Nice pitch there by Ethan Dahl. The Twins and the Texas Rangers started about 5 or 10 minutes ago. So we'll give you score updates on that as they come in. No balls and a strike. And that one's a little bit low, and it's ball 1. Of course, a couple of news highlights for former UND hockey players came through the wire today. I'll tell you more about that here in just a second. Of course, one of them happened yesterday. TJ Oshie of the Washington Capitals and formerly of the St. Louis Blues and UND Fighting Sioux and with the USHL down south at the Sioux Falls Stampede. Hung up the skates. And then Brock Nelson, another UND Fighting Sioux alum, signed a 3-year extension with the Colorado Avalanche, and after being traded there from the Islanders last season, and he had an interview on the Denver radio station. I didn't get a chance to listen to that, but they do have it available on a podcast, so I'm going to get a listen to that pretty soon here. But it's always nice to see some North Dakota people doing good things at the pro level. And that'll be a walk for Cam Urion, and that'll load the bases. That'll load the bases for the 7th time in this game. The first 6 times came in the first inning. And we'll have a visit to the mound here for the Stars. So to reset, the bases are loaded. Ryan Rickow on third, Gabe Schauer on second, Cam Urion on first, David Larson's the batter. And that'll do it for Ethan Dahl. I unofficially had him at 64 pitches. 35 of those found the strike zone. And we'll have a new pitcher here. So I'll give me some time here to just preview some things. Take a look at the standings here for everybody is 4 games back of well, actually, that's not quite true. The Dickinson Rough Riders have played the most games that actually counted. They are 4-0 on the season, so they're ranked. Everybody else is 2 games back. Grand Forks and Mandan, 3 games back. That's the early look at the standings, and as you can see there, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams who have yet to play a game, with the exception of Fargo Post 400 Stars. They're playing right now, so you could scratch them off the list, and that'd be 6 teams that haven't played a game yet this season. But that's an early look at the standings. The AA tournament will be the 10-team tournament, July 28th through August 2nd, up in Williston, home of the Williston Keybirds. We will definitely have the Fargo Post 400 Stars games from that tournament. Still waiting to see if we can get the bid for the entire tournament or not. But we'll keep you posted on that. And then the state champion and the runner-up, or in the event of Fargo Post 400 not reaching the state championship game, then it'd be Fargo Post 400 and the state champion. We'll advance to the Central Plains Regional, which is going to be played right here at Starion Bank Field. And then all games for the Central Plains Regional Tournament will be broadcasted live right here on MSPN Digital Television. So we're pretty excited to get that tournament. We have it this year. We have it again in 2029. We'll see if we can get the year sandwiched in the middle or not. But, yeah, there you go. There's an early look at what's happened so far in the North Dakota Legion season between the 10 teams. And Matt Bryant is your new pitcher. And a strike is thrown by Matt Bryant. So once again, bases loaded. David Larson, the batter. And the Stars not taking any chances, bringing in their top arms to try and keep the score where it's at and not allow. The hope here is to keep the Grand Forks runners where they're at. 1 down and a no balls, 2 strike count. That one, it did hit the edge. I thought for a moment it maybe snuck outside. But Matt Bryant comes in and throws 3 pitches and gets David Larson looking for out number 2. So I'll bring up Keegan Hensrud now. And so far, the change has worked. Hensrud's 0 for 2, reached on a fielder's choice and a ground out to short on a 6-3. And that one will be a dropped pitch for a ball. It looked like that pitch was in the same spot as the strikeout pitch, but this time it was called a ball. 1-0. And that one will just miss, and it'll be 2-0. So after throwing 3 strikes, he's come back with 2 balls now. In that down and outside corner of the plate there for Matt Bryant. He winds up and delivers. There's a strike. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's 3-0. So 3 strikes followed by 3 balls. And if that trend continues, the next 3 pitches will be strikes. And that one's down the middle. It's a bases loaded walk that'll make the score 8-5. Bring us back to the top of the order here for Grand Forks. Braden Brevik's 4th plate appearance of the game. He's 2 for 2 with a walk and a pair of singles to left. Here's a strike. So one more pitch and get his team out of this bases loaded scenario. And that one will not quite go where he wanted it to. It was a hard thrown ball to the lower outside corner, hoping Brevik would chase, but he did not. And the 1-2 delivery. That one's a little bit low. We're at 2-2 now. This one, high fly ball to right field. Alex Christofferson's there, and that's out number 3. Eight to 5 as the Royals get 2 here in the top of the 5th, but they still trail by 3 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. It's 8-5 Stars. We're back with more in just a moment. Stay tuned.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 5th, 8-5 Stars. Gunnar Majerus, Alex Christofferson, Matt Bryant. Batters 8, 9, and 1 for the Stars this inning. We're at an hour and 32 in game 1 of this doubleheader home opener for the Stars. Ryan Rickhouse still on the mound here, working his 5th inning of work for the Royals, and he will toss a ball to Gunnar Majerus. 0 for 2, fielder's choice and a fly out. And this one hit well to left field, but not well enough. Side pedaling is Tostason, and he will make the catch for out number 1. So 2 pitches and an out, and that brings up Alex Christofferson. Swinging and a miss, strike 1. And that one finds the hole into left field. A base hit, and that'll be good for a single for Christofferson. It's his first hit of the day.
Pitcher number 1, Matt Bryant.
And that returns us to the top of the order now with Matt Bryant. Puts Kane Mathiasen under the on-deck circle as the Stars look to add to their 3-run lead here in the home half of the 5th. And a big thanks once again to Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, FM Convention Bureau, Marvin Windows and DMN Industries, Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, Buffalo Wild Wings, TCI Insurance, Dakota Fins and Feathers, for supporting Fargo Post 400 baseball this season. And last but certainly not least, Mandy's of FargoND.com for sponsoring our scoreboard. Look at them online at the website I just told you about and find a really cool item that would fit well in your home or office and support a local small business. 1 ball, no strike, and this one fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Matt Bryant, once again, 1 for 1. A pair of walks to start the game, and then he had a double out into deep left field his last at bat. Cow will get the signal and he'll set. And he'll wind and fire, and he'll be down low for ball 2. Two one. That one's hit up high, and will they get there? The center fielder looks like he will, and it'll be out number 2.
Center fielder number 3, Kane Mathiasen.
Two out, runner on is Christopherson on first, and they'll lay down a bunt. And he might have a chance to get there, and he will run it out. And that will be first and second. It'll be a bunt single for Kane Mathiasen. He had a walk, that line drive out. He had the deep sacrifice fly to score a run to center field, and now he pushes Christopherson to second on the Stars' second successful bunt single in this game. They are 2 for 2 on bunts today. Caleb Christensen, the batter, 2 for 3. He's the other guy who had the bunt. That bunt loaded the bases for the Stars. High fly ball right field running in is Irion, and then it'll drop for a base hit. And rounding third is Christopherson. He scores, and there's runners on the corners for the Stars, and they take a 9-5 lead on that RBI single by Caleb Christensen. He's 3 for 4 on the day now. So Mathiasen over to third, and Gus Wurmeyer the batter now. 2 for 3, a pair of singles to right, a fly out to left. And right up the middle, and it smacks Rick Howe in the leg. He's able to pick it up and fire it over to first in time. And did the run count? I don't think so. Nope, it did not. So they will strand 2 on base. And they get 1 across, and we'll be back with more here in just a moment. It's 9-5 as the Stars get 1 of the 2 they gave up back in the bottom half of the 5th. We move to the 6th. Coming up here, it's a 4-run advantage for Fargo post 400. Right after this, we're back with more. Stay tuned.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
All right, welcome back. Caden Tosteson is the batter, and here's the first pitch from Matt Bryant. And it's in for a ball. 1-0. Tosteson will walk his first time up. A ground rule double to left field his next time up, and then he grounded out to short on his most recent trip to the plate. And he takes a strike here to even the count at a ball and one ball, 1 strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Stars get 1 of the 2 runs they gave up in the 5th in the bottom half of the 5th. And now they'll try and work their magic to get out of the top half of the 6th. 2-1, and you can make it 2-2. that'll walk him. This pitch went outside. Puts a runner on first for the Royals. Now bring up Griffin Hoganson. 1 for 3. Pair of flyouts, one to right field, one to the third baseman, and then a solo home run to left field. There's a strike. Once again, write down those questions on your favorite notepad or however you like to take notes. During the post-game of game number 2 of this doubleheader, we'll stay live. We'll go over the preseason rankings, and we'll go over the details of the MSPN hamburger contest, which I fully intended to go over during the pregame show, but did not have the opportunity to do that. And then we'll take some questions. We'll do a live Q&A. Whatever you want to ask, we reserve the right to answer them all or answer some of them. Nothing in 2. After the fouled away pitch there, Hoganson will see a ball, and it's 1-2. So once again, the Stars are back in action here at Starring Bank Field on Thursday with the doubleheader against the Mandan Chiefs. 1-2, swing and a miss and a strikeout from Matt Bryant. Tomorrow, we will see the Post 400 Comets take on Kindred. Here's Alex Seaver, 1 for 3, single, strikeout looking, strikeout swinging. Once again, the runner on first is Tosteson for Grand Forks, and here's the pitch. Bryant gets him to swing and miss for strike 1. The Astros have a road game in Castleton tomorrow. Both the road game for the Astros and the home game for the Comets starts at 5:30 tomorrow. We'll have the Comets game for sure. We're going to try and figure out a way to get the Astros on, but we'll have the Comets game for sure tomorrow here on MSPN. 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch will just miss. 2 balls and no strike, or 1 strike, excuse me. And that is out in right field. I couldn't see where the ball went. Once again, the sun's shining, so.
Pitcher number 10, Ryan Rickow.
So into the books as a single. 2 runners on. Ryan Rickow, 1 for 3. Strikeout swinging, fly out to left center, and a single to right center. Throw to third is not in time. One thing I forgot to mention earlier at the pitching change, we do have a new second baseman. That is Colston Sen, who's playing second base now. Throw up to second, and the tag is applied, and he's caught stealing. That puts out number 2 on the board. It will advance Tosteson over to third, but it'll take all the other runners off base. So 2-6 on the throw out on the stolen base at second. And now a bouncing ball to Sen at second, and a 4-3 ground out will end the inning. So they'll strand 1 on base, and we have 5 complete here in Game 1 of the home opener of the doubleheader at Starry Bank Field. And it's 9-5 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard in favor of the Fargo Post 400 Stars. We'll take a break and we'll be back with more in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
All right, new pitcher on the mound for Grand Forks. It's Logan Nykel who will take over for Ryan Rickow. Unofficially had Rickow at 86 pitches, 48 of them finding the strike zone. And now Logan Nykel will take over as he'll face the batters 5, 6, and 7 on his first outing at the mound here for Grand Forks. Those batters for the Stars are Malachi Wermeyer, Caden Neuarth, and Ashton Renas. Malachi Wermeyer is 1 for 2. Fly out to, or a pop out, I should say, to the second baseman at a single into left center, and then he was hit by a pitch. So we'll get our first look at Logan Nykel here. And Nykel sees that one popped up, and it's out of play. So that'll be a strike officially in the books for Nykel's first pitch. 0-1. And that is a ball, I guess. It looked like a strike from up here, but I'm not behind the plate. 1-1 the count. And that one's going to be popped up. Running in is Hoganson, and he'll be called off by Seaver, who'll make the catch for out number 1.
Second baseman, number 10, Colston Zen.
So Colston Sen will take the place of Caden Neuarth into the number 6 spot in the lineup here for the Stars. Colston Sen had a hit to left and a ground out to short in the last game against the Grand Forks in that preseason matchup. Takes a strike there. And he'll take another strike. And the count's even at 2-2. That one's heading out into left field. And he'll find it in the sun and make the catch for out number 2. So it's a fly out for Colston Sen.
Third baseman number 11, Ashton Renas.
And I'll bring up Ashton Renas now. Renas is 1 for 2. Just takes the first pitch for a ball. He would single into center field, and then he was hit by a pitch, and then he'd fly out to left field on his 3 trips to the plate today. That one's bounced foul to the first base side. One and one with 2 away. And a 4-run advantage here for the Stars on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. Nobody on base to take advantage of that wild pitch. It'll be ball 2. The 2-1. Swung on and fouled away off the first base side. It'll be 2-2. Full count now here for Renas. Gunnar Majerus awaits in the on-deck circle as we're 9 minutes shy of the 2-hour mark of the ball game now. And here's the payoff pitch from Nichol. Swing and a miss, and he got him. It'll be a strikeout on Ashton Renas. And that will also take care of business here in the 6th. 9-5, we go to the final half inning potentially. Royals need 4 to force the bottom of the 7th. We'll see if they can do it or not when we return after the break. Stay tuned.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit Sweet.
All right, and there's the first pitch to Gabe Shower. Once again, it's Matt Bryant on the mound. And that comes across as a ball. Shower. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Hit by a pitch and then a fly out to center. He had a single to left on his last at bat. Now he faces a 1-ball, 1-strike count. And that one's fouled away, and it'll be 1-2. And that one's also fouled right back into your living room, or your garage, or wherever you might be watching from. Outside, even the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes now here for Matt Bryant on Gabe Shower. And the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off, third base side and out of play. Two. That one's a little bit high. A full count now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. I think that one may have gotten away from Matt Bryant. May have come off his fingertips wrong and it never dropped. It stayed elevated. And that one is fouled away to the third base side once again, and we'll stay right where we're at 3-2. And he'll walk him. So Cam Irion will step up to the plate now. First pitch is a strike here to Cam Irion, who's 0 for 1. 3 plate appearances today, and he turned one of them into an at-bat with fly out to center field. And now he'll hit a ground ball out into left, and that'll be good to push his teammate Gabe Schauer up to second base, and it's a single.
Catcher number 1, David Larson.
And now David Larson, who's 0 for 2. Cam Irion, his other 2 at-bats, I didn't get a chance to finish that before he got the hit to left field, but he was walked on those 2 occasions. So he was walked, and then sandwiched in the middle of those 2 walks was the lone at-bat with the fly out to center. David Larson has a fly out to left. He also has a walk and a strikeout in this contest. That fly out is sandwiched in between the walk and the strikeout. 1 ball, no strike now here to David Larson, as the Stars, or the Royals, excuse me, have the tying run on deck. Swing and a maybe miss, or maybe it's fouled away off his foot. Either way, it's a strike. It's 1-1. We'll go with a fouled away pitch for the unofficial book. And now Wermeyer will go up and have some words with the umpire and Matt Bryant. He'll check the baseball, and that is Justin Farkas out there on the field, and got Lean behind the plate calling the balls and strikes. First and second, runners on. David Larson, 1 ball, 1 strike. Matt Bryant about to pitch the 1-1. He'll set and deliver. Outside, ball 2. And the 2-1. Outside, ball 3. A nice diving. Oh, wait. Well, he tried to dive, but runners weren't paying attention, so they weren't advancing on that. 3-1. Stars get out of a lucky error scenario there that could have put 2 runners in scoring position. 2 minutes in front of the 2-hour mark of the ball game. It's 3-1. And Bryant delivers, and it's fouled back to make it 3-2 and a full count. So big payoff pitch here. Still nobody out with 2 runners on and the tie-in run on deck. This one hit up high. And the center fielder, Kane Mathiasen, makes the grab. The runners will stay put, and there's 1 out on the board.
Third baseman number 2, Keegan Hensrud.
And this is a bouncing ball to first. And he will look over to Matt Bryant, but he cannot scoop it in. And that error is going to allow a run to score. Gabe Schauer will cross the plate to make it 9-6. So bouncing ball to first. Wermeyer looked at second, and then he turned around. Matt Bryant was racing to the bag. The throw may have been a little bit behind him, and that's what allowed the Schauer to score. They'll charge an error on the play. Cam Urion moves to third, and Keegan Hensrud up to second, all on that same error. And now the tying run is Braden Brevik, and he holds the bat right now. 2 balls and no strikes to Braden Brevik. 2 for 3, walk, single, fly out. Well, both of those singles were down the third base line into left field. This one might find the gap in right center. It will bounce once, and 1 run will score. They're going to try and send 2, and the second run is going to score. And it's a 2-run RBI single, and all of a sudden, Grand Forks has closed the gap to 1. It is 9-8.
Number 5, Caden Tostenson.
A 2-run RBI single to the gap in right center. Scores Irion and Hensrud. And Brevik stands alone on first as the tying run. 9-8. Bryant lost his balance on that pitch. Both teams have 10 hits now. 9 runs on 10 hits for Fargo, post 400, and 8 runs on 10 hits for Grand Forks. 1 error for the Royals, 2 errors for the Stars, and a visit to the mound now here for Fargo post 400s. They want to talk things over. And that'll do it for Matt Bryant. He'll head over to shortstop. Looks like Caleb Christensen will flip-flop with him. So Matt Bryant will go back over to short. And with the tying run on first, Caleb Christensen will try and finish this one out and prevent that run from scoring.
Now moving to shortstop is number 1, Matt Bryant. Now pitching number 6, Caleb Christensen.
So we'll keep it here. Once again, tomorrow it's the Comets versus Kindred. 5:30 start in a doubleheader here at Starring Bank Field. And then the Stars are back Thursday at Starring Bank Field to play Mandan in a doubleheader that starts at 5:30. And then the craziness begins. So they get the home opener tonight, and then they get one more doubleheader versus Mandan. So they get a total of 4 home games before they are pushed away from Starring Bank Field for approximately 2 weeks. They go down to play North Winnipeg in a 6:30 game in Brandon, South Dakota on Friday. We'll have that game for you here on MSPN Digital Television. And then they have 2 games on Saturday the 14th. They'll play Brandon at 10:30 a.m. and Shakopee at 1 p.m. And then they'll have a 1 p.m. game on Sunday versus Aberdeen. And then they come all the way back to Fargo Monday the 16th. They play a road game against the Moorhead Blues at Matson Field in Moorhead. And then they get on the bus and go all the way back down to Omaha, Nebraska, to participate in the Creighton Prep Tournament, and those Sioux Falls and Creighton Prep games we'll have for you here on MSPN Digital Television. So after the game versus Mandan, it'll be a while before the Stars see Starring Bank Field once again. 2-0, a nice one-hopper up to third, over to second, over to first, and they turn the double play to end the inning and end the game. That is your final in Game 1. The Royals get 3, but they needed 4. And your final score, the Fargo Post 400 Stars 9 and the Grand Forks Royals 8. It was a fun Game 1, but don't go anywhere because we got a second game between these two squads coming up in approximately 20 minutes. So stay tuned. We're not going anywhere. You shouldn't either. We'll be right back in just a moment here on MSPN Digital Television. All right, welcome back. We're live here at Starry Bank Field. We have the lineups for Grand Forks. We do not have the lineups for the Fargo Post 400 Stars. I'm going to turn it over to Brad Anderson. He does have the lineups for the Stars.
Take two on that. It's opening night. Thanks for checking. We'll start with number 7, Joel Gould. Number 8, Malachi Wermeyer. Number 10, Colston Sen. 11, Ashton Renas. Number 12, Alex Christofferson. And number 15, Hudson Stein.
So those are your reserves for the Stars in this game, and now your starters.
Stars leading off at second base, number 1, Matt Bryant. Batting second in center field, number 3, Kane Mathiasen. Batting third, shortstop, number 6, Caleb Christensen. Batting fourth at first base, number 19, Gus Wermeyer. Batting fifth in right field, number 35, Gus Pankratz. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 13, Jace Burns. Batting seventh in left field, number 17, Gunnar Majerus. Batting eighth at catching, number 5, Caleb Blanchett. Batting ninth at third base, number 9, Ethan Dahl. And pitching for the Stars, number 14, Caden Newhart. Stars are managed by Don Bryant, assisted by Jeff Bickner and Kevin Pearson. All right, everyone, if you would please stand.
All right, they will do the national anthem. We will take a break. We'll try and get our lineups sorted out, and we'll be back in a moment.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information, or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, still no lineups for the Stars. We got part of it figured out, but not the whole thing. So we'll do the best we can until that information is provided to us. On the bright side, batting first and playing center field is Braden Breivik for the Grand Forks Royals. Batting second in left field is Caden Tosteson. Batting third and second baseman is Griffin Hoganson. Batting fourth in the shortstop, Alex Seaver. Batting fifth is the designated hitter Matthew Posh. Batting sixth is the third baseman, Ryan Rickow. Batting seventh is the right fielder, Matt, I forgot how to pronounce the name from 4 days ago. Gravnik, and if I got that wrong, I apologize. Catcher playing number 8, or batting 8th is the catcher, Cam Urion. Batting 9th is the first baseman, Mason Griffin. And Gabe Schauer is your starting pitcher and not batting. And in the background here, I got the Stars lineup. Let's see, where did I leave off at? Batting 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we first, right, DH, and left. Bingo, just in the nick of time. Would prefer to have it a little bit sooner, but this works. So your starting pitcher is Caden Newhart. And there he is. Caleb Blanchett is catching. Gus Wermeyer at first. Matt Bryant at second. Caleb Christensen, the shortstop. Ethan Dahl at third. Gus Pankratz in right field. Kane Mathiasen in center field. And Gunnar Majerus in left field as Caden Newhart gets the final warm-up pitches put in. And with that pitch there, stepping up to the plate will be Braden Brevik. And he'll take the first pitch to left field fair. He'll roll all the way to the fence. He's going to get at least a double for sure. And he'll put on the brakes there. One hit and a double. 8:03, the time of the first pitch of game number 2. And now Caden Tostison will be the batter here for Grand Forks. Grand Forks scored 3 runs in the top of the first in game 1. Fouled back, and we're at a ball and 1 strike, I think. Yep, ball and 1 strike. So thanks for sticking around for game 2. Much appreciated. That one's going to get away, and that will allow Brevik to get the third. No problem. Ball 2 on the count. Ball 3. 3-1 pitch and a grounder that will, off the chin of Caleb Christensen. I guess that's one way to stop it from going into left field. But Brevik will score from third on the RBI single by Tostison. And it's 1-0 Grand Forks. Griffin Hoganson, the batter now here for the Royals. And the pitch is low for a ball. It's 1-0 now here to Griffin Hoganson. Swing and a miss for a strike. 1-1.
Batting fourth, number 7, shortstop, Alex Seaver.
So that's a strikeout for Newhart, and I'll put one out on the board. Alex Seaver, the batter now. And that one's fouled off directly over the right-hand side of our broadcast booth, as you see it on your television. And it's strike 1. Seaver with a couple of hits in the first game. He has a total of 4 hits against the Stars this season, 3 of them to left field, plus a flyout to left field and 1 to shallow right. Here's the 0-1 from Newharth. That'll miss, and we're even at a ball and a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Frank's Lounge, Sweet Shots, Mandy's of Fargo ND, just some of our many sponsors. Mandy's of FargoND.com, I should say. Some of our sponsors supporting Post 400 baseball this summer. As a strike is tossed there by Newharth. Comets and Kindred here at Starry & Bank Field tomorrow. 5:30 start. We'll be on the air with that one. Somewhere between 5 and 5:15, I would presume. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The runner goes, and it's a hit and run situation. That one will bounce into shallow right field, and on the hit and run, he had enough throttle, enough gas to get over to third. So runners on the corners now.
Batting fifth, number 13, the designated hitter, Matt Dosh.
Matt Posh, with runners on the corners, will step up for the first time. He did not bat in the game versus the preseason game versus the Stars up at Kraft Field in Grand Forks. And here's a bouncing ball to short. Christensen picks it up. Quick toss to second, over to first. That's a 6-4-3 double play. The run does not score, and we have the end of the top of the first. 1 run on a trio of hits, and they strand 2. And we go to the home half of first right after this. Stay tuned.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
All right, welcome back. Let's look at Gabe Schauer, your starting pitcher for Grand Forks. As the Royals have the 1-0 lead here early in the contest of Game 2 of this doubleheader. And your first 3 batters for the Stars look like this. Matt Bryant, Kane Mathiasen, and Caleb Christensen will face Gabe Schauer. Top half of the first inning took 5 minutes in comparison to the 26, I believe it was, in the top of the first in Game 1. 37 minutes grand total for that first inning. As Schauer will continue on his warm-up pitches there, and that will likely be his last one. And here comes Matt Bryant to the plate now.
Number 1, second baseman, Matt Bryant.
So we'll see how Gabe Schauer does on the mound here for Grand Forks. He'll face Matt Bryant, who's had a trio of success sandwiched by a trio of non-success. He got a base hit in the first inning of that game against Grand Forks, and then he would walk, strike out, ground out, fly out, pop out. One of those didn't happen, but before he finally got his second hit again in the, I believe it was the 7th inning of that game before he got another hit. And then he stringed together a whole bunch of things, and the Stars were able to cruise ahead to a 13-7 victory in that non-counting preseason game. Outside for a walk.
Batting second, number 3, center fielder, Kane Mathiasen.
That first pitch will miss for ball one here to Kane Mathiasen. Kane Mathiasen's had some success against Grand Forks in that preseason game as well. I meant to say in game one of this doubleheader, not the preseason game. Two-0. 2-1. Nice pitch there by Schauer. Runner goes, and that one swung on, fouled away for strike two, so backpedaling to first will be Matt Bryant. And the count moves to 2-2. And now Bryant will get second as the count moves full at 3-2. Ten pitches for Schauer, only 3 of them found the strike zone so far. And he'll walk them. Back-to-back walks to open up the game here for Schauer.
Number 6, shortstop Caleb Christensen.
And Jim chiming in, the first one to chime in on the chat here in game number 2. Thank you for watching, Jim. Certainly appreciate it. Jim coaches his own Legion team down in Denver, North Carolina, and they had a good start to the year. I believe they started 6-0 before they lost their first game. Maybe it was 5-0. But having a pretty successful season up to this point. Had a couple really tough losses that could have gone either way, and that one down the third base line drifts foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Once again, it's Caleb Christensen who's the batter. Runners on are Matt Bryant on second, Kane Mathiasen on first. Maybe we can get Jim flown up here for a Central Plains regional game, or maybe his team will make the. Well, no, they wouldn't. If they did make the regionals, it wouldn't be Central Plains. That's a hit ball down the third base line. Stars will tie the game on the run from Matt Bryant, who comes in from second.
Batting fourth, number 19, first baseman Gus Warmeyer.
Ball 1 to Gus Wermeyer. 1-1 now. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the first. And runners on second and third for the Stars. And the pitch will drop in low for ball number 2. And that's on the edge for a strike. So 2 balls and a strike now here to Gus Wiermeyer. Gus Pankratz, member of the Home Run Club, who did not bat in the first game, is on deck and looking to bat here in game number 2. That one will miss outside, ball 3. Mason Griffin at first, Griffin Hoganson at second, Alex Seaver, the shortstop, Ryan Rickow at third, Cam Urion is catching, and once again Gabe Showers pitching. 3-1 the outfield here after this. Fouled back, 3-2. Caden Tostison in left field, Braden Breivik in center, and Matt Gravenick in right field. Full count now here to Wiermeyer. And the payoff. Wiermeyer, hard hit ball to second that's not handled by Hoganson. And the throw to first will not be in time, and there will be 1 error for sure, maybe 2. We'll see how they score that one. And they do indeed hand out 2 errors on that play. And as a result, it's a 3-1 lead for the Stars. So the first error charges the second baseman, and Kane Mathiasen will score on that one. And then the second error will advance Wiermeyer to second and Christensen to third. And here's Gus Pankratz now. Absolutely agree with you, Mario. That was very great base running there by the Stars on that double error there. Gus Pankratz had the home run against West Fargo in the preseason. Blasted one over the right center field wall. And this one he fouls off, and it's 0-2 as a result. Still nobody out. 3-1 lead. Runner on second is Wiermeyer. And that one will pop in low. Runner will stay put. We're at a ball and 2 strikes. Swinging and a miss. That'll be a strikeout for Gabe Shower. I'll put the first out on the board. Bring up Jace Burns.
Number 13, Jace Burns.
Burns in the preseason game versus West Fargo reached on an error and had 2 ground outs to second. Takes a strike here on this pitch, which is pitch 25 for Shower unofficially, according to my numbers. So 0-1. 1 out, 1 runner on. And he'll push it outside to put 1s on the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 runner on. That was going to right field, and it goes over the right fielder's head. Gus Wiermeyer will score from second, and Burns is going to try for a triple. And they will not make the throw, and he slides into third on an RBI triple, the first triple of the season for the Fargo Post 400 Stars.
Batting 7th, number 17, left fielder Gunnar Majerus.
Gunnar Majerus will try and bring in Jace Burns, who got the triple and certainly deserves the run after that one. We'll see if he can be brought in or not. That pitch is inside, nearly Nick Majerus on the left elbow, and it's ball 1. So it's a 4-1 game now. Two balls and no strikes. Two-0 pitch, and that's right up the middle. It sneaks by Shower. They'll throw it over to first. He's out. Second out on the board, and another run scores, so it's an RBI ground out for Majerus, scoring Jace Burns from third to make it 5-1 Fargo Post 400 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. So that empties the bases for Caleb Blanchette. And that first pitch comes across for ball 1. Blanchette, batter 8 in the lineup. 1 out on the board. Fargo Post 400 batted 11 in the bottom of the first of game 1. So far they've batted 8 here in the bottom of the first of game 2. And a strike is called. It's 2-1 now to Blanchette. Ethan Dahl waits on deck, and we will see him since there's no opportunity to turn a double play. And there's a strike, 2-2. And this one grounded out towards second. Hoganson picks it up, pops it into the glove of Griffin at first for the second out on a 4-3.
Beginning for the Stars in the bottom of the first.
Oh, I guess that's the third out. I was out behind. I was out behind on pushing the buttons, but I was right on with my scorecard here, so all's good. 5-1. 5-1. Yeah, it is 5-1. Okay. I think that was 5-3 at the end of the first game, so that's what threw me for a loop a little bit. All right, 5-1 our score, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, the first pitch to Ryan Rickow is in for ball 1. And he'll foul that second one off here to even the count up at 1-1 strike. Rickow had a couple of hits, one to deep center, one to right in the earlier contest. 2 balls and a strike now here to Rickow. Rickow pitched in game 1 of this doubleheader for a majority of it before being replaced by Nichol. 2-1. Tried to hit the edge but missed. 3 balls and a strike. And there's a strike, or maybe not. I thought it was. Okay, I guess it was a walk. And that will put a runner on base, and it will be Matt.
Number 8, the right fielder, Max Grafenauer.
Grafenauer. That's not how I have it spelled, so that's why I didn't say it right the first time. Okay, I probably don't have it spelled right, but I have it spelled so I can pronounce it now. No balls and a strike. Once again, the runner on first is Reichow. And here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. Grafenauer reached on an error and grounded out, or popped out to third in the preseason game against the Stars up in Grand Forks just shy of a week ago. And back 0-2 will stay at on the fouled off pitch. Cam Irion is on deck. Irion, Gravenauer and Irion represent batters 7 and 8. Still nobody out with that runner on first. Mason Griffin's a possibility this inning as well. That one outside, ball one. Twins aren't having the best of night right now. They are currently down 10-4 to the Texas Rangers. We'll keep you updated on that score. If anybody wants to be updated on a losing game for the Twins, I'm sure some Yankee fans would love to hear me talk about the Twins lose. But 1 ball and 2 strikes is our count on after a pickoff attempt there on first. And the 1-2, and that's high. We're even at 2. I was going to turn on the game on one of the laptops in here, but yeah, if they're down that much, I think I'll just enjoy the Stars and Royals. 2-2. And a ground ball hit out towards Bryant at second, over to second, and it's a 4-6. They came off the bag and did not complete the double play. So Gravenauer is on with a fielder's choice. Reich now out at second.
Number 3, catcher.
Actually, cancel what I just said. They're going to charge an error, and I agree with that. So in the attempt to turn the 6-4-3 double play, they don't get the 3 part of that, and it turns into an error, but they do get 1 out. And after I get all the scoring fixed there, we got a walk, so.
Batting ninth, number 11, first baseman Mason Griffin.
Here's Mason Griffin. 1 ball, no strike after the pitch there from Newharth. And a strike is called. 2-1. That's foul tip into the glove, and it'll be 2-2. Now it's fouled away. We'll stay right where we're at it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 30 minutes into the ball game now. We're in the top of the second, which is a improvement from over game 1 if you're looking for improvement. And that was a strikeout
Center fielder number 4,
for out number 2. Brings us back to the top of the order. Braden Brevik doubled last time he was at the plate on the opening hit of the game. He would later come in and score to make it 1-0. But the Stars have responded with 5 unanswered since then. Outside for ball 1 to Brevik. Jim says, I saw Bailey's now 4-2. Yeah, he was the losing pitcher a couple nights ago. I can't remember who they were playing. I think it might have been Seattle. And, yeah, so he lost that game. And that will be, they'll strand 2 on base here. And that completes 1 inning, or 1.5 innings of play. We're 31 minutes in. Good pace so far. We'll be back in just a moment.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Welcome back. We got the top of the second here. One's popped up and fouled away for strike number 1. Ethan Dahl is the batter. Pitcher versus pitcher matchup here. Actually, no, that's not correct. Dahl pitched in the most of the first game. Drops in low, and pitcher of game 1 finds himself at a 1-1 count. And that one's ripped into left field. It's good for a single. And I'll bring up Matt Bryant.
Number 1, Matt Bryant.
Back to the top of the order here for the Stars as they lead 5-1 here in the top of the second on the Mandy's FargoND.com scoreboard. Also want to say thanks to Dakota Fins and Feathers, TCI Insurance, and Doolittle's Woodfire Grill along with Buffalo Wild Wings for supporting Post 400 Baseball this season on MSPND TV. And the pitch, and it looked like Bryant wanted to square it for a bunt. He pulled it back to allow the pitch to go outside. For ball 1. Bryant was walked on his first trip to the plate in this game, 2 of the doubleheader. And now he sees a 2-0 count here, and he's halfway to the same result. Yeah, reflecting back on the Bailey Ober question from Jim, I believe Seattle walked him off in 11 innings a couple of games ago. Matter of fact, there was a guy named Cole Young who got the walk-off hit for the Mariners. And that previous day to the game, he was playing in the minor leagues. He got called up to Seattle, and he was the hero for that game. And I mean, even though I'm a Twins fan, I got to give credit where credit's due. That's a pretty big accomplishment to get a walk-off hit on your major league debut. So, pick-off attempt. He's back in time. No problem there. This one's popped up, and it's an out. So it's Kane Mathiasen.
Shortstop, number 6, Caleb Christensen.
Caleb Christensen's 1 for 1 with a double. As Shower will stare down Ethan Dahl on first. And now they will try and get him. It was close, and they got him. They picked him off, and that will strand Caleb Christensen on the at-bat, and he'll come back to bat in the bottom of the 3rd. But for now, that takes care of 2 innings of play. It's still 5-1 Stars on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And we'll be back with more in just a moment here on MSPN Digital Television.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
All right, that first pitch there came across, hit the edge for a strike. It's Caden Tosteson. He had the hit to third that was that resulted in an infield single as Caleb Christensen dived and knocked the ball down with his chin to keep it from going into left field, which kept Tosteson to a single instead of a potential double. 0-2 and bounce right at the plate. They'll pick it up. He'll fire it over, and he'll miss the catch. And Tosteson, is that going to be error 4 or a hit? I would go with a hit, and that's what they're going to do too. Yep. No, no. Yeah, they did. They did record it as a hit. 1 ball, no strike. This is Griffin Hoganson. He struck out last time he was at the plate. And this one ripped hard towards Christensen. To second, over to first. They got it this time, 6-4-3. And that takes all the runners off base.
Shortstop number 7, Alex Seaver.
And now it's Alex Seaver. We're in the top of the third. And bouncer over to third and fires across for the 5-3, and that's out number 3. Still 5-1 as we head to the middle of 3 here on MSPN Digital Television. Back with more in just a moment.
For the latest information, schedules, and much more, you can check out the Post 400 website, post400baseball.com.
When one of us comes up short,
We all come up short.
there's no vape in team.
Think there are only school supplies in your child's backpack? Think again. 5 e-cigarettes were hiding in plain sight. Parents, do your homework.
Learn more about vaping at health.mn.gov/e-cigarettes.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
All right, welcome back. 5-1 Stars on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. And it's Caleb Christensen. Smacked a double out in the left field on his last at bat. And he'll square off against Gabe Shower here on a second time now. Here's the pitch from Shower. And they'll call it a strike, 0-1. It's going to be popped up. Looks like the second baseman has it, and he does. So that's out number 1. And that'll bring up Gus Wermeyer.
Gus Wermeyer.
Strike 1 to Wermeyer on the fouled away pitch. Reached on an error last time he was at the plate. And a ball, 1-1. Here's the windup from Shower. The 1-1 delivery. He's going to pop off the left knee of catcher Cam Urian. And luckily for him, he had some padding over that left knee. And it's ball 2. 2 balls and a strike, 1 out, 5-1 lead here for the Stars. And the pitch is on the edge for a 2-2 count. Nice pitch there by Shower. Three and 2. Full count now here And that puts Shower at 50 pitches. 27 of them found the strike zone. And that'll be a walk. Puts a runner on. And brings up Gus Pankratz.
Fielder number 35, Gus Pankratz.
So Gus Pankratz, once again, he hit that home run against West Fargo, the first star player to hit a home run this season. He was followed by Ashton Renas, who was soon followed by Gus Wiermeyer. And those are your 3 home run hitters so far this season for the Stars. One away in the pitch. And this one's going deep to left field. Is it deep enough, though? It is! It is a solo home run for Gus Pankratz, his second of the year. And the Stars push their lead to 6-1. Check, that'll be 7-1. It was a 2-run homer. So a 2-run homer makes it 7-1, scoring Gus Wiermeyer from first, and Gus Pankratz hits the bomb to left. So now he has a home run to right center and a home run to left. And Jace Burns is the batter. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. He got a nice triple on his last at bat, which scored a run. It was an RBI. And there's a strike. One. This one served up. And it was caught out in center field.
The fielder number 17, Gunnar Majerus.
Gunnar Majerus is the batter now. And his strike is called. It's 0-1. Majerus grounded out to second on his last at bat. And that's low to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So Gus Pankratz hits the first home run and the 4th home run of the season. And now Gunnar Majerus will find himself on base with a bruised elbow.
Catcher number 5, Caleb Blanchett.
So with the runner on, he'll bring up Caleb Blanchett, 0 for 1, grounded out to second on his first at bat here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. No popcorn from Gus Pankratz, that's for sure. MSPN has the best analytics department in the nation because they know exactly what they're doing and they know how to put a twist on it too and make it entertaining. Anybody can give you boring, awesome stats, but only the MSPN analysis group can give you non-boring, entertaining, awesome stats. 1-1 the count. And they'll fire over to first. He's back in time. That's Majerus on the base there, in case you forgot. 2 out, 1 ball, 1 strike, and the runner on is Majerus, as I just mentioned. We're 49 minutes into the ball game now. And this one is back into the netting to make it a 1 ball, 2 strike count. 7-1 game thanks to a 2-run homer by Gus Pankratz that scored Gus Wiermeyer as well. 2 RBIs on 1 swing of the bat. 5 runs in the first, 2 in the third, and We'll see if they can get more with 2 outs or not. Hard hit ball, bouncer over to Seaver at short, up to second for the force out. Blanchette will unofficially reach on a fielder's choice, and that will take care of business here in inning number 3. So a 2-run homer by Gus Pankratz makes it 7-1 on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard, and we're back with more here in just a moment on MSPN Digital Television.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, welcome back. Caden Newhart still on the mound here for Fargo Post 400. And once again, a 2-run homer from Gus Pankratz with Gus Wurmeyer on base. Pushes the Stars' lead to 7-1 on 4 hits and 3 errors committed by Grand Forks. On the flip side of that line, it's Grand Forks with 1 run on 3 hits, and the Stars have committed 1 error so far in the contest. Cooling down here a little bit after a hot start to game 1. Justin Farkas calling the balls and strikes here in game 2 of the doubleheader. And Mike Lean is out calling the action on the field. Your 2 umpires for today's game. And the first pitch is in for a strike. Excellent pitch there by Caden Newhart. It's 0-1. Top of the 4th inning here. And a, at the moment, comfortable lead for the Stars, but they had a comfortable lead in game 1 and almost slipped away. They're up, I think it was 9-3, and then Grand Forks was able to close the gap down to 9-8. Actually, it was 9-5, and they were able to close the gap to 9-8. That's what it was. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now here to Matt Posh, 0-for-1 with a ground out to short. That led to a 6-4-3 double play. He actually batted into a double play. And they'll catch him looking on an outside pitch that clipped the corner of the plate. Posh goes back to the dugout with a K to the left on his stat sheet. We'll see what Ryan Rickow can do. Swing and a miss, strike 1. He walked last time he was at the plate. And this will be foul tipped back, and it's a quick 0-2 count. And that pitch puts Newhart at 50, and 29 of them have found the strike zone. And that is ball 22 on the evening. So 1-2, no runners on. You got 1 out. And a swing and a miss for out number 2. So 2 batters up and 2 go down on strikeouts. 1 to the left, 1 to the right.
Number 8, Max Grafenauer.
And now Max Grafenauer will try his luck here against Neuarth. 0 for 1, reached on an error last time he was at the plate. Swing and a miss, and Neuarth is blasting these pitches right by these Grand Forks batters here in the top of the 4th. He'll deal another one. That one's just a hair high, and it's ball 1. One pitch, and that one's into the turf, 2-1. Once again, we got a game tomorrow for you. Feature the Fargo Post 400 Comets taking on Kindred. That's a 5:30 start here on MSPN. Be on probably 5:15-ish, maybe 5:10, depending on how much content I have available. 2-2. And he got another strikeout. So he strikes out the side, Caden Neuarth does, in a 1-2-3 inning for Grand Forks. Not a lot of camera work there for our camera person. It's just strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. And it's 7-1 in the middle of 4. When we return after this, it's the Stars batting next.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
All right, welcome back. Gabe Schauer remains on the mound here for Grand Forks. The MSPN Analytics Department in Fargo has Gus Pankratz projected to hit 5 home runs this year. Meanwhile, the MSPN Analytics in Phoenix wishes to file a complaint to take that stat down as they project him to hit 11 home runs this season. So we'll see which division, which analytics department will get fired at the end of the season. So Ethan Dahl will step up to the plate. Here's the windup in the pitch, and Ethan Dahl will send that one to the outfield, and it'll be caught by Caden Tostison.
Second baseman, number 1, Matt Bryant.
1 pitch, 1 out. And Matt Bryant is the batter now. And a strike. Fouled away. So quick 0-2 count. Rangers have scored a couple more runs and now lead 12-4. And that one will make it. He made the catch. Nice job there by left fielder Caden Tostison.
Center fielder, number 3, Kane Mathiasen.
Kane Mathiassen's 0 for 1. He walked and then he popped out to the third baseman last time he was at the plate. 1-0. And it'll be 1-1. High pitch for ball 2. And to first, and Mathiassen will run out that throw, and it'll be a infield hit.
Shortstop, number 6, Caleb Christensen.
So runner on now. In a 7-1 ball game, Caleb Christensen steps up to the plate with 2 away. Rangers have just put 2 more on the board, and he's out. And I don't know if he lost his footing trying to get back to first or what the deal was, but that's the second time now that a Stars base runner has been picked off at first base. So they will leave nobody stranded except for Christensen, who will continue his at-bat in the bottom of the 5th. And it's a 7-1 lead as no runs across the plate in the 4th here on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. Coming right back.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Don't forget to write down your questions after the conclusion of Game 2 here. We'll do a live Q&A as well as go over the stats and go over anything else. Go over some preseason rankings for the Legion baseball season and go over a couple other fun elements. But once again, a live Q&A coming up after the conclusion of Game 2, so get your questions ready. One reminder, you have to be subscribed to participate in the chat. And the reason for that is not because we're trying to get a bunch of subscribers, but by choosing subscriber only, it keeps the bots out of the chat that like to say dumb things that shouldn't be said in a young athlete's sports broadcast. We'll put it that way. So subscribe to the channel, get your questions ready. We'll do a Q&A for subscribers after the game. Another run is scored now for the Rangers. So they've scored 3 runs in the last 60 seconds. And the Rangers have a 15-4 lead over the Minnesota Twins. And now they just scored another one, and it's 16-4. I don't know if it's... I'm not watching the game. I usually when the scores come in that quick, it's a couple of home runs, but I can only guess. Swing and a miss, and that's strike 2. Full count to Cam Urion. And a strikeout on Irion. So on a full count payoff pitch, Irion will go down looking, and that brings up Mason Griffin. 1 out on the strikeout by Neuarth. And Neuarth doing a good job here through 4 1/3 innings of play. And right to second, Matt Bryant will pick it up, fire it over for Wurmeyer, and complete the 4-3 ground out for out number 2. And that'll bring up Braden Breivik as we go back to the top of the order now here for Grand Forks. Once again, a big thank you to our sponsors, FM Convention Bureau, Marvin Windows and DMM Industries, and Mandy's of FargoND.com. Just a few of our sponsors, including Buffalo Wild Wings, supporting Fargo Pulse 400 baseball this season. And the Comets and Kindred tomorrow at Starry Bank Field, 5:30 start. That's Central Time, so 6:30 for our friend in Denver, North Carolina, and 4:30 for our friends in Denver, Colorado. Adjust hourly based on your time zone as needed. 1-0, and it turns into a swing and a miss for strike 1. Braden Breivik's 1 for 2. Doubled to deep left, and then he grounded out to short on his last at bat. And this is a high bouncing ball, 2 hops to shortstop Christensen. He'll fire across. That's a 6-3, and that will complete the top half of 5. So after 4.5, it is still a 7-1 lead for the Stars here on opening night at Starry Bank Field, live on MSPN DTV. We're back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
All right, welcome back. Top of the 5th. Caleb Christensen, the batter. And Shower delivers inside for ball 1. So this is the 4 complete innings and the start of the 5th inning of work for Gabe Shower. And 2 pitches in, I have him unofficially at 72 pitches. 39 have found the strike zone, but the last 2 have been outside of the zone. 2 balls, no strikes here to Christensen. And that one will be grounded foul down the third base side. Puts strike 1 on the board. It's 2-1. 7-1 lead on the Mandy's of FargoND.com scoreboard. Kindred and Comets tomorrow here at Starry Bank Field. 5:30 start. That one's cranked to left, and I think it's going to go foul. And it will. Yep. Holy, it's way over there, too. There you see it, the little white dot in front of the fence post. That one will pop away and be ball 3. So full count now after the fouled away pitch. And ball, foul, ball. This one's going to left field.
First baseman, number 19, Gus Wurmeyer.
A drop for a hit, and it's good for a single for Caleb Christensen. Gus Wurmeyer, the batter now. A little bit low for a ball. 1-0 to Gus Wehrmeyer. 0 for 1, reached on an error and also was walked. So he's reached base both times, just not in the form of a hit yet. Swing and a miss. Runner goes. It'll be close. He's safe. Got his foot on the bag before the ball got there. He'll take second, and the pitch comes across for a strike. So it's 1-1 with a runner in scoring position now. The Fargo division of the MSPN Analytics team has updated the projection for Gus Pankratz. They now have him at 9.5 home runs. After seeing his updates, swing motion, average launch angle of 27 degrees is what I'm being told. 2-1. And the pitch on the edge for a strike. 2-2. That's 80 pitches now for Schauer, according to my numbers, which may or may not be pretty close to accurate. That's going to be I'm going to leave that one, JP, to the analytics team. I could take a stab at it. It might be total home runs divided by games, and then that might come out to like an uneven number. I don't know, but I'll let the analytics team handle that. And that one's high to right field, and the center fielder in right center field will catch it. Tagging on second is Christensen. He advances to third. The first out is on the board.
Right fielder, number 35, Gus Pankratz.
And Gus Pankratz, he's 1 for 2. He struck out swinging, but he also hit the 2-run smackaroo over to the left field fence last time he was at the plate. So let's see if Gus gets closer to his 9.5 home run projection here on this at-bat or not. He'll take the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. One. Outside, 2-1. High bouncing ball to third. Right Cal picks it up, fires it over, got it. 5-3 for out number 2.
Designated hitter, number 13, Jace Burns.
This one, sharply hit ball to first. It'll be picked up.
No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on.
And a direct ground out to first will end the 5th inning of play. It'll be Tostenson, Hoganson, and Seaver, batters 2, 3, and 4, pending changes for Grand Forks when we return after this here on MSPN Digital Television. Stay tuned. We're coming right back in just a moment.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
The first pitch to Caden Tosteson just went across the plate as we came back. And it's 7-1 in favor of the Stars here in the top of the 6th. So Grand Forks down to their final 6 outs here. 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. They got to try and tie it up at minimum. So we apparently have a analytics division in Denver now. I am not making them a moderator yet because I know who the Phoenix and Fargo guys are. I'm not sure who the Denver one is yet. I'll try and figure it out and let you know. But both the newly formed Denver division along with the Phoenix division is hammering the over on the 9.5 home runs for Pancrats. So there you go. And he'll be hit by a pitch, so he will, I think that's what happened anyway, because he was only at ball 2. I was not looking when that happened, so my apologies. All right, so we got a runner on first once again. And that one's fouled away for strike 1. It's Griffin Holgensen, 0 for 2, struck out swinging and a ground out to short. And his 2 plate appearances in game 2 of this doubleheader. And a pitch low and out for a ball. 1-1 the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 runner on. You got ones across the board in an hour and 18-minute ball game so far. That one fouled off third base side for strike 2. The Denver division isn't me, says Jim. So that narrows it down to a few people that I might know, but 1 and 2 the count. I do know some people in Denver, Colorado. I only know one person in Denver, North Carolina. So we got North Carolina eliminated from the possibility. A couple pickoff attempts there on Tosteson. Mario is asking the analytics department for analysis on Newhart's pitching, which has been phenomenal up to this point in the game. Two and two. 1 away, runner on second. And this one is heading right to first. He'll step on the bag for the second out, and Tosteson will advance to third on the play.
Designated hitter number 13, Matt Dosh.
Matt Posh is the batter with the runner on third. 7-1 and a little ways to go here for Grand Forks as they're down to their final 4 outs now. And this one smacked out to right field, and the catch is made, and that will end the inning. Tossison coming to home just in case Pankratz would drop the ball, but that didn't happen. And it remains a 7-1 game after 6.5, so one more chance for Fargo Post 400 to add a few insurance runs to the insurance runs they already have. And we'll see if that happens or not when we return after the break. Stay tuned. We're coming right back.
Make your home your retreat. Fill your favorite spaces with fresh air, warm sunlight, and calming connections with the outdoors. Marvin Windows and Doors are designed to promote happier, healthier spaces in your home. At D&M Industries, we will walk you through how the beauty, thoughtful design features, and unparalleled performance of Marvin products can help you feel better in your home. Visit our D&M Industries showroom in Moorhead today.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
All right, welcome back. Gunnar Ruggiero steps up to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th. We're an hour and 22 in, and Gabe Schauer continues on the mound here for Grand Forks, and he just delivered pitch 87 for strike 49. Ruggiero 0 for 1, ground out to second, and he was hit by a pitch last time he was at the plate. Now he's down in the count 0-2 as Schauer has pitched 2 strikes on 2 pitches. This one flied out to right, and the catch is made for out 1.
Catcher number 5, Caleb Blanchett.
Caleb Blanchett now the batter. And this one's going to right. It'll be a close. And it'll drop for a hit. So hit and a runner on.
Ethan Dahl.
One ball, no strike. I think it's Caleb. No, it's not. It's Ethan Dahl. One ball, no strike to Ethan Dahl. Runner on first is Blanchett. And that's hit hard, but drifts foul down the third base line. Just snuck in front of the third base bag. Otherwise, it would have been fair, and it would have been a big hit. Pickoff attempt, but he's safe. So it remains 1-1. And now 1-2. And it's a final now. The Texas Rangers have defeated the Twins 16-4. As that pitch comes in for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, runner on first. Swing and a miss, and that's out number 2.
Second baseman, number 1, Matt Bryant.
Back to the top of the order here for the Stars. It's Mr. Matt Bryant. Hour and 27 minutes into this ball game. The first game had it timed out at 2 hours and 7 minutes, unofficially. And the pitch swung on and hit foul into the recent of about 3-4 years wiffle ball field. So if 3 to 4 years ago is recent enough for you, then we can roll with that statement. Here's the 0-1. Walk, strikeout, and a flyout from Matt Bryant. Five runs in the bottom of the first, 2 more off of Gus Pankrat's home run in the bottom of the third, and then 1 in the top of the first for Grand Forks. That's the only scoring so far. And I'll just miss outside. It's 3-1 now here to Matt Bryant. 2 away, 7 runs on 7 hits on 3 Grand Forks errors for the Stars. This one's going to be popped up and into shallow right center. Making the catch is Tostason. And that takes care of the Stars. They strand 1 on base. We'll make sure our runners on base are correct. 4-1. Yep, that's what we got. 4-1. All right, awesome.
For the Stars, now pitching number 12, Alex Christopherson.
So you just heard it. So Caden Newharth unofficially at, let's see here, unofficially at 79 pitches. 46 of those found the strike zone as he completes 6 innings of work. And now our new pitcher is going to be Alex Christopherson. Once again, a big thank you to Sweet Shots in Fargo, Frank's Lounge, Mandy's of Fargo ND, FM Convention Bureau, Marvin Windows, DMN Industries, Buffalo Wild Wings, Doolittle Wood Fire Grill, TCI Insurance, and Dakota Fins and Feathers for sponsoring and supporting Post 400 Baseball this season here on MSPN DTV. To the best of my knowledge, no other defensive changes for the Stars. It will be Ryan Rickow, Matt Gravenauer, and Cam Irion. Pending changes. It'll be batters 6, 7, and 8 here for Grand Forks. in the top of the 7th. They're going to need 6 runs to push this game beyond the top of the 7th. Jim complimenting our camera person. Yeah, the camera person is doing a great job. No doubt about it. Love it when we have a good cameraman on duty. All right, Ryan Rickhow now. First pitch is high from Alex Christofferson. So Christofferson acting as the closer here, and Neuharth will be the winning pitcher as long as Grand Forks doesn't score 6 runs. This one popped up and out of play. Be good for a strike. It's 2-1. There is a ball. Ball 3. Once again, Justin Farkas behind the plate calling balls and strikes. Mike Lean out in the field. He's currently standing over by first base. And there is a ball. They're going to walk him. So Rickhow is on first, and that will bring up Matt Gravenauer. Keep in mind, for subscribers of the channel, we'll have a Q&A following the post-game show of Game 2 here. We'll take it for 10-15 minutes, and if we have more questions, then we'll stay on longer, but we'll do at least 10 to 15. Go over some stats. We'll go over the MSPN 2025 Legion Baseball Burger Contest. And I did have a burger here, so those rankings will not reflect the burger I had here tonight because I haven't, unless I have time to update them. Then they might. But we'll see how much time I have on my hands to update it. Go over some power rankings for which will not reflect the coach's preseason poll. Coach's preseason poll and the power rankings are completely 2 different things. 1 ball, 1 strike. And it'll be interesting to see how our analytics team places the 10 teams, considering that tonight is games 1 and 2 for the Stars and Grand Forks. Dickinson, I believe, has played 4 games. I believe there are 4 other teams in action tonight, so 4 other teams will have 2 games under their belt as well. And a swing and a miss, and that's a strikeout. And we'll check those standings, too, because that's usually pretty good at being updated, usually. And when it's not, it's not too frequently, so when it's not, I'm definitely not upset that it's not updated. High and in for a ball. 1-0 to Cam Irion. 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Christofferson will set and do the 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Once again, the runner on is Ryan Rickhow on first. 1 ball and 2 strikes and 1 out as well. High pitch for ball 2. That one sent to left field. And it will drop for a base hit in fair territory. So it'll be good for a single for Cam Urion. Will push Reichow up to second. Wasn't sure if that was going to be foul or fair. I couldn't see from my vantage point, but it is fair. Now bring up the 0 for 2 Mason. Check that. Mason Griffin will be replaced in the number 9 spot by Logan Neichel. Neichel had one at-bat in the 9-inning game against Fargo Post 400 up at Kraft Field. And in that at-bat, he would ground out to the shortstop on a 6-3. Oh, 1. And now a throw up to first. Back just in the nick of time. And the pitch came across as a strike, so it's 0-2 to Neichel. Swing and a miss. It was a late swing, and it's a strikeout. So Neichel goes down swinging. That's out number 2. And now the Grand Forks is down to their final out. They need 6 runs. They have 2 runners on base. And the tying run is still in the dugout. So they have to do some work here with Braden Breivik as they start at the top of the order here with 2 away in the top of the 7th. There is a ball, a little bit high. Breivik is 1 for 3. He smacked a double on the opening pitch of the game to left field. Since then, a couple of groundouts. Swing and a miss, and a nice pitch there by Christopherson to blast it by Breivik. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. If I can participate in the Q&A, the question I would have is, who is the Denver division of the MSPN Analytics Department? If it's somebody that has my phone number, text me, and you'll remain anonymous. Otherwise, you won't be anonymous. 1 run's going to score. They're going to try and send 2 runs, and they will score both of those runs. So all the way from first base, Cam Urion scores with 2 outs. And it makes it 7-3. It's not often that you get a 2-run RBI single with your teammate on first base, but this time it happened. And it's Caden Tosteson, the batter. So Grand Forks certainly doing everything they can to and a throw up to first. He's back in time. Once again, it's Breivik on first base. Down to their final out, and they're down by 4. The tying run is the next one to enter the on-deck circle, if we can get that far into the lineup. And they have to play flawless baseball here, and if they do get somewhere close, I bet you can and this one is going to be popped up into right center field, and center fielder Matt Mathiasen catches it, and that is your final score. So The Stars sweep Grand Forks in their home opener, and they'll try and do it again Thursday when they take on the Mandan Chiefs, but it's squeezed in between this matchup and that one. It's the Fargo Post 400 Comets taking on Kindred tomorrow at 5:30. 5-3 your final score. Time of the game, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Time of game 1, 2 hours, 7 minutes. We'll take a timeout, get those questions ready. We got a Q&A and we got a post-game show coming up right after the timeout. Stay tuned. We're coming right back.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
When one of us comes up short,
we all come up short.
There's no vape in team.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Here's your chance to support MSPN Digital Television in one of 3 ways. First, everyone can subscribe to the MSPN YouTube channel absolutely free. Second, individuals and families can choose one of 3 monthly YouTube memberships. Third, local businesses can choose one of 2 monthly YouTube sponsorships. Visit our YouTube channel and look for and click the Join button to select the option that's best for you. For more information or to get answers to your questions about MSPN memberships and sponsorships, give us a call today at 701-491-6776.
Just off 52nd Avenue South in Prairie Grove is your neighborhood South Fargo spot, Frank's Lounge. Frank's Lounge offers a fun, comfortable atmosphere and daily food specials you can view right as you walk in. Kristen says,
Love Frank's, our go-to place when we have company get-togethers, and always get the best service. We would definitely recommend. We love Frank's Lounge.
Frank's Lounge is open daily, and kids, when accompanied by an adult, are welcome all day, Sunday through Tuesday, and until 3:30 p.m. the rest of the week. Don't forget to take home a Frank's Lounge t-shirt or hat. Frank's Lounge, 2640 52nd Avenue South in Fargo. Stop in tonight.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
All right, welcome back. Post-game show as the Stars take two from Grand Forks here in the home opener at Star Union Bank Field here. Taking a look at some of the numbers from game number 1. You see the numbers from game 2 on your screen, and we'll go back to those numbers momentarily here. Endgame has our first question of the Q&A. I got 2 answers for your question. Hang tight, Endgame. I'll get to you in just a moment. In Game 1, it was a 9-8 victory for the Fargo Post 400 Stars. Joe Gould started out, didn't have the best outing on the mound. He gave up 3 runs to the Grand Forks Royals. Well, he gave up 2 while he was on the mound. The third one was credited to him after his replacement came in. But the Stars would respond nicely to that rough start by scoring 5 in the bottom of the first. They would hold Grand Forks off the board in the second and then put 1 more on the board in the bottom of the second inning. They would tack on 2 more in the bottom of the third, and they would take a 8-3 lead into the fourth inning where neither team scored. Grand Forks got 2 back in the top of the fifth to trim that 8-3 lead down to 8-5. Fargo Post 400 got 1 back to take a 9-5 lead. Neither team scored in the 6th. Grand Forks needed 4 in the top of the 7th to extend the game. They were only able to get 3, and the Stars would hang on to a 9-8 victory. Unofficial line score, 9 runs on 10 hits, and 1 Grand Forks error with 7 left on base for the Stars in Game 1. Grand Forks, 8 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors committed by the Stars, and 10 left on base for Grand Forks. And that is your Game 1 number. In Game 2, you saw it on your screen a little bit ago. We'll put it back on our screen here. It'll go off in a second, but we'll go through it. So 5 runs in the bottom of the first for the Stars, let's start over. 1 run for the Royals in the top of the first, and then the Stars respond with 5 more bottom of the first runs, an exact duplicate performance of what they did in game number 1. Neither team would score in the second, and then Gus Pankratz with Gus Wiermeyer on base would throttle a 2-run home run to left field to push the Stars' lead up to 7-1. Neither team would score in the 4th, 5th, or 6th inning. Grand Forks on a late but fallen short rally would score 2 with 2 outs, but that's as close as they would get. 7-3 your final score here in game number 2. Unofficial line score, 7 runs on 7 hits for the Stars on 1 Grand Forks error. Stars left 2 on base in the entire game, which is a good number to leave on base. Especially if you want to win ball games and you only leave 2 on base, that's one ingredient to winning a ball game for sure. Grand Forks, 3 runs on 6 hits on 1 Stars error, and they leave a total of 5 runners on base in the contest, and that's your line score for the 2 games. Pitching wise, in game 1, it will be the winning pitcher will be Ethan Dahl, I do believe. Yep, Ethan Dahl will be the winning pitcher. Matt Bryant will get the save, Caleb Christensen will get the save. Excuse me. In game 2, and then for Grand Forks, the losing pitcher will be Ryan Rickhow. Excuse me. Pitched 5 innings, faced 31 batters. 86 pitches thrown on an ERA of 16.2. I don't think that's right. Maybe it's right. We'll see if our analytics department can give us some confirmation on that. Once again, the numbers I'm reading off are unofficial. Our analytics team is crunching numbers as best they can right now. and we'll see if they agree with my unofficial numbers or not. So in Game 2, once again, the 7-3 victory, and the winning pitcher for the Stars will be Caden Neuarth. 6 innings pitched, faced 23 batters, 79 pitches tossed, ERA of 1.5. Alex Christopherson comes in and gets the save. Pitches 1 inning, faces 6 batters, tosses 20 pitches, ERA of I'm not going to go into that number there. Neuarth had 6 strikeouts, Christopherson 2 for a team total of 8. 4 went down looking, 2 went down. 4 went down looking, 4 went down swinging in game number 2. And for the Royals, the losing pitcher is Gabe Schauer. So that's a look at your stats, and with the Q&A, we're doing it now. We're doing it as I go through the elements. So if you have a cue, put it into the chat, and then I'll answer it as it comes in. And while I'm waiting for your cues, I'll go over some other things too. But end game, I wanted to know if we were going to bring up a coach and a player for the Q&A. No, the Q&A is with the analytics team and / me. And then the Denver division is until we know the identity of the Denver division, I am going to ignore that. Kobe says nothing better than the Stars winning 2 games for Dan Sen's birthday. Hey, that's absolutely right. If we were watching the pregame show, we mentioned that it was Dan. I actually saw Dan between games, went out and shook his hand, wishing him a happy birthday. So happy birthday once again to Dan, who is the father of a current Post 400 player and 2 former current Post 400 players, including one who was on the 2021 team that went to the World Series. Matter of fact, I sat next to Dan in Shelby, North Carolina for a couple of those games down there. So that was a fun experience. Once again, you can find us online on YouTube and on XX. You get all your pro sports and Legion news and scores updates. We'll occasionally do a poll. We got the schedule pinned to the top of our X account. So if you want to know who's playing next and we're not on the air, you can go right to our X account and click on the schedule link and look at the schedule and get all the updates that you need. Subscribe, like, join the YouTube channel if you would be so kind to do so. That would be absolutely awesome. And let's see if they got the standings updated or not. No, it doesn't look like it. But like I said earlier, Dickinson Rough Riders have played 4 prior to tonight. I don't know if they're in action tonight or not. But they have played 4 coming into tonight, and they've won them all, so they're 4-0 on the season. Currently sit at number 1 in the state. And then Bismarck Post 2. The Stars are now 2-0, so they'll be somewhere in the top 5, depending on. I'll have to double check some sources to see if Bismarck or Post 2 played tonight. I think Post 2's down in Nebraska or in a tournament. I know West Fargo's in a tournament down there as well. So that could be part of the reason. And then I think Jamestown and Bismarck are in action tonight. I do believe that's accurate. And I'm not sure about Williston. And Dickinson lost to Fargo Post 2 tonight. Okay, thank you very much for that update. So Dickinson is now 4-2 instead of 4-0. So they're 4-2. And thank you once again for that update. I'll check our X account and see if there's any other final scores. Or if you know of a final score, put it into the chat, and that'd make it a little bit easier. Taking a look at the upcoming schedule. So the Stars take a pair tonight, and tomorrow it's the Comets at home against Kindred, and then the Astros will travel to Castleton to take on the Haymakers. We're going to have the Kindred game, the Comets-Kindred game on for sure. The Haymakers-Astros game is still pending. I'll have to try and talk to some people. So far, nobody's been up for doing that game. So we'll see what we can make happen. But we definitely have the Comets and Kindred tomorrow for sure. And then the day after that, the Stars take the field again against Mandan. And then you can read the rest of the schedule there as we go into the Sioux Falls and Creighton Prep Tournament in South Dakota and Nebraska. The Stars will not see home field again after the Mandan game coming up here on the 12th, they will not see Starion Bank Field again until June 24th. So it'll be 10 days on the road playing multiple games. I think they got, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's got to be 9 or 10 games, possibly 11 if they advance far enough in the Creighton Prep tournament before they come back home to Starion Bank Field. So that's a look at that. Let's see here. We've got some final scores now. As I mentioned a moment ago, Dickinson lost both games to Fargo Post 2 tonight. I believe that game was at Jack Williams Stadium in North Fargo. And then Bismarck and Mandan won their first games against Minot and Jamestown. So congratulations to the Governors and the Chiefs. We'll see the Chiefs in a couple days here. And right now, or at last report, I should say, in the bottom of the 6 of Game 2, Jamestown has a 9-2 lead on Mandan. So Mandan won the first game against Jamestown, and now Jamestown has a comfortable 6-inning lead over Mandan. And then Minot and Bismarck are currently tied at 5 in the top of the 6 in Game 2 of that doubleheader. And I'm not sure, is that game in Minot or is that game in Bismarck? Tied at 5 in the top of the 6. They have a couple runners in scoring position. So depending on where that game's at, one of those two teams has a couple runners in scoring position. There we go. Let's see here. What else do we cover in the post-game show? Jake asks, what do we cover in the post-game show? Cover the upcoming schedule, the final stats. We look at other scores, and in this instance, we're doing a Q&A. The game is in Bismarck, so if it's in the top of the 6, that means Minot would have a pair of runners in scoring position. So if we get a final from those two games currently in action, we'll pass them along to you as soon as we are aware. Let's go over the 2024 the MSPN hamburger contest. The 2025 MSPN ND Concession Stand Burger Contest. These are your rankings from the 2024 season last year. Fargo Post 400 won it with their hamburgers, and Mandan came in second, but in a very close and almost coin flip fashion, West Fargo came in third. But I mean, that's a battle. Mandan and West Fargo have some good burgers, so those two could flip-flop easily, no doubt about it. Dickinson, yummy over in the east, on the west side of the state. Jamestown, they are fantastic, and it's really hard to put Jamestown at number 5. They could potentially move up. Minot, really good. Grand Forks, I like their burgers, but it's not as good as the other 6 above them. Let's put it that way. So, Bismarck, they have a good burger. It's a little bit pricey, so they didn't quite make the top 5. And then Williston, Fargo Post 2, we did not have a chance to have a burger at those two venues last year. So, that's we'll put them in as did not participate. So there you see your projected odds to win for the 2025 season right there. Fargo Post 400, ironically, at minus 400 odds. And Fargo Post 2, if we have a chance to have a burger up there, you could cash in and make big earnings on that if they end up going from 10 to 1. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And so far this year, Fargo Post 400 is no longer tied for third. Mandan through Fargo Post 2 are now tied for fourth, because I did have a burger tonight at Fargo Post 400. So we've had burgers at West Fargo and Grand Forks. West Fargo right now in the lead. They have the best burger. I think Fargo Post 400 will slip into the number 2 spot with the burger I had tonight. But as you can see at the bottom there, those rankings are current as of late this morning, early this afternoon. Whenever MSPN comes to your venue for a Legion AA or a Junior Legion game broadcast, you can either give us a burger or we'll buy a burger. It doesn't matter to us. But the burgers will be ranked based on bun quality, burger taste, maybe how condiments, if you have any, to put on there, which most of you do. And then the overall taste, the price of the burger will play a role, and then the overall quality of the burger for the price. And that's kind of where Bismarck's struggling at right now. Free burgers and or bribes are not required and may or may not affect your concession stand's overall burger ranking. So you can tune into each MSPN broadcast over the season and see these rankings, see which teams move up and down in the rankings. So right now, Mandan through Fargo Post 2 are tied for 4th. It's West Fargo, Fargo Post 400, and Grand Forks in the 1, 2, and 3 spots verbally. And next game, that'll be updated to reflect what I just said. So that's a look at your 2025 MSPN North Dakota Concession Stand Burger Contest and your current rankings for the 2025 season. Let's see here. Dan Sen is the reason Waldo is hiding. That's awesome, actually. JP, thank you for chiming in on the chat. I know you've been watching. You chimed in once or twice earlier, so thank you so much for staying tuned tonight. Certainly appreciate that. Let's take a look at the I call them the preseason power rankings. It's worded, it's worded rankings, but I call it power rankings. And let's take a look at it right here. And here's exactly why. This is where the MSPN analytics team comes in. They use criteria that's not used in the 2025 preseason coaches poll. So they'll call it the MSPN Arizona and North Dakota analytics team preseason rankings. I'm going to officially reword it to power rankings. I like that a little bit better. But West Fargo, they got them ranked at number 1, our analytics team does. They're the top dog. They have deep arms, a deeper bench, and a culture of winning. And they say that that's the Patriot way. Their only threat is their own ego. If they start reading their own headlines, someone's going to catch them napping and maybe slip ahead of them. Our analytics team has Minot at number 2, and they believe that Minot will be seeking revenge from the high school state title heartbreak, and they lost that to West Fargo, I believe. I didn't watch the tournament, but I believe they lost it to them. Minot has the arms, they have the grit, and they have the revenge in mind. And rage-fueled baseball is a stat that they're at the top of the charts at right now. Minot now has a 7-5 lead over Bismarck, and that game's currently in the bottom of the 6th. Thank you once again for that update. Keep those updates coming in, and hopefully we'll get a final score before we go off the air here. So number 3, our analytics team has Bismarck in the number 3 spot. Bismarck fell to number 3. Not because of talent, but because of inflation is what they're saying. And we kind of touched on that a little bit. When the analytics team says that when a water bottle at the stadium costs more than a medical procedure, a Tommy John's procedure, they are bound to fall in the rankings. The Governors are balanced, veteran, and consistent. If they play angry, watch out for the Bismarck Governors. They could bump up. So number 3 for the Bismarck Governors. They had the Post 400 Stars at number 4. The coaches preseason poll had the Post 400 Stars at number 6. However, the analysis our analytics team dug a little bit deeper and found some hidden gems in their roster. That is why they have bumped them up to number 4, and that's why I have said this is more of a power rankings, a power rankings instead of a preseason rankings. So, and to reflect, Minot lost to West Fargo Cheyenne, just to correct my earlier statement there. Like I said, they have a couple of gems on their roster, so they bumped him up to number 4. The analytics team says to watch out for the Stars now that the smoke is clearing up. And, yeah, the smoke was pretty bad here last week, no doubt about it. And then Fargo, the North rival, Post 400, Fargo Post 2 comes in at number 5. And our analytics team says that flood season's over, baseball season's on. Some say that Fargo Post 2 is rebuilding, while others say that they're still a beast. And I would kind of agree with both of those statements in one degree or another. Post 2 has their eyes on another state title. They won one a couple years ago at the Dickinson State Tournament over Williston, but they fallen short on a couple of other occasions. To West Fargo one year, they lost to Fargo Post 400 early on in the tournament back in 2021, I believe it was. So Fargo Post 2, they've been close, but they haven't quite tipped over the top of the mountain just yet, and they're looking to reclaim a state title this season. Mandan Chiefs sitting hot at number 6, still bitter from losing the quarterfinals to Fargo South. They're playing with an edge and probably a hit list as well. If baseball had body checks, they would use them. I would love baseball even more than I do now if that was the case. So our analytics team puts Williston at number 7 in the power rankings. They are the host of the state tournament this year, so they're kind of ranking them there. It is a long road trip to Williston, and I agree with that 100% because, like, I would rather drive to Omaha, Nebraska, which is about 6 hours, I think, and Williston's about 7.5 hours from Fargo. And at least there's some, I'll stop there. So Williston comes in at number 7. They have the deep fences and deeper pockets. They are a wild card with all the perks that they got up in Williston. Jamestown in number 8, and some may disagree with that, and some may agree with that wholeheartedly, but the Jamestown Eagles are a spring surprise and a summer mystery, is how our analytics team is putting it. They're either climbing the list by July or disappearing into the prairie mist. Flip a coin, but never overlook these tough Jamestown players. And, I'm not part of the analytics team. I think Jamestown could slip up to 6 or 5. So that's just my personal opinion. But these are not my power rankings. These are the analytics team's power rankings. Number 9, they have Dickinson at number 9. And the analytics team says, we'll be honest, they just didn't look into Dickinson. They could be a sleeper, could be a mess. They'll find out when they take the field. Either way, they're always good for one unexpected upset that breaks someone's bracket. And I would say that the bracket's been broken. I mean, they lost to Fargo Post 2 tonight, but they started out the season 4-0. So Mandan still bitter. Or wait, we're to number 10 now, which is Grand Forks, the team that you just saw play. And I could go into the analytics, or you could, based on tonight's play, maybe you could see him at 8 or 10 might be a little low, maybe an 8 or 9. But our analytics team says a half baseball, half hockey, all confusion. So I'll leave it at that. I understand the reference there. So that will wrap up the power rankings by our MSPN analytics team in Arizona and North Dakota. And then let's take the one last aspect of this is the odds to win state. And the analytics team is putting West Fargo at -175, Minot at 2 at -125. They have Bismarck at +225 to win the state. Fargo Post 400 at +400. And then and I even talked to the analytics team earlier today about Fargo Post 400 since they're hosting the regional. In recent years, the team that has hosted the regional hasn't really, they've played quality games, so they're not really gonna just we're in the regional, the heck with state, that kind of a thing. The only time I've seen it, and I saw it in whatever it was called last year. This year it's AA, A, and Junior Legion. So whatever it was called last year, I kind of saw it, or maybe it was 2 years ago, with Kindred hosting, and they just kind of laid an egg in the previous tournament, knowing that they were going, and then they didn't really do too well following that. So that might be a little bit of an incentive for Fargo Post 400 to play well and see if they can earn somebody 400 points. So Fargo Post 2 at plus 401, Mandan at plus 525, Williston even as they have the host team odds, and then plus 1100 for Jamestown, plus 18 for Dickinson, and plus 20. Is that 25,000? Like I said, I didn't write this. Our analytics team did. So who's going to win the state? Well, our Arizona analytics team says that West Fargo is going to win the state title this year. And and let's see here. What do they have on that? What was their reasoning for that? Let me look it up here. So they're picking West Fargo because they're the favorite, is what they're saying. The North Dakota Analytics is all in on a dark horse, and I kind of alluded to this earlier. Who would be the dark horse that our North Dakota Analytics team predicts to win the state tournament? They're going with the Jamestown Eagles. That's a wonderful pick, and I hope you stick with that pick, because if Jamestown does win the state title this year, then Arizona Analytics team might be out the door for next season. You just never know. So, and then so the broadcasting team, our analytics team, made me pick for the broadcasting team. I like the dark horse pick of Jamestown. I think that West Fargo does have a good shot. I think Fargo Post 2 and Bismarck have a good shot. I even think that Post 400 has a shot at winning the state title. But my job here as the broadcast team is to throw cold water onto our analytics team here. And so I like to send out theories on who would win this state tournament if they were allowed to play in this league. And I'm going with the Colorado Rockies to win the state tournament this year. So 3 predictions, 1 championship, and a whole lot of bragging rights are on the line. Stick with MSPN as our analytics team tracks every run, rally, and wrong prediction along the way. And you know what? If the Rockies don't win it, I'll be here owning my mistakes, okay? All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. I'll scroll through the chat. I'll see what questions have been asked, and we'll come back and answer those questions in just a moment here on MSPN.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Mandy's of Fargo, ND is your local online store where you can find something for everyone. Check out multiple items from the carry-all collection. You can also pick out that perfect sign to add to the decor of your family room, kitchen, bedroom, or even your cubicle at work. Be sure to take a peek at the odds and ends, where you will find all the little treasures that are simply too good to miss. Mandy's of Fargo, ND accepts multiple forms of safe and secure payment options. Still not sure what to get? How about a gift card? Visit online at mandysoffargond.com today, where you can find something for everyone.
TCI Insurance was founded in 1985 with a simple mission in mind: to protect your assets. TCI Insurance has a long history of providing insurance coverage and loss prevention solutions to the region and strives to exceed your expectations. From agriculture, business, and personal insurance, our advisors are here to help walk you through the options and equip you with the knowledge you need to choose the coverage that will best suit your current stage of life. TCI Insurance. Call 701-277-1710 or visit them at the offices in West Fargo and Wimbledon. Learn more today at tciteam.com.
All right, welcome back. Field is empty. Lights are on. Get a nice look at Starry and Bank Field here in the evening in Southwest Fargo. Once again, the Stars sweep the Royals today, taking the first game 9-8 and taking game 2 by the final score that you see there of 7-3. Taking a look at some other scores from around Legion AA baseball. Fargo Post 2 with a pair of wins over Dickinson.
Let's see here. Game 1 was a 5-1 victory for Post 2, and they would 10-run Dickinson 10-0 in 5 innings in Game 2 of that doubleheader. I'm just reposting that to our X, so if you missed that, you can go check it out on our X account there at MSPNDTV is the X handle. The Bismarck Governors, let's see here. Let's go to their page and see if they have any updates. I say go to their iScore, which I do use iScore, but I'm not. It's too much to do that and broadcast. Got a question for the broadcasting and analytics team. Endgame. We'll get to that question here in just a second. Let's see here, and then at last report, it was Jamestown defeated Mandan 9-2 in Game 2. So that means Mandan won the first game, Jamestown won the second game, so they split that doubleheader. And then, let's see here. Minot is currently leading 7-5 over the Bismarck Governors. The game is in Bismarck, and I believe that game would be in the bottom of the 7th. I don't see a final just yet, but it could be getting close to final, unless Bismarck walks it off or ties it up and sends it into extras. So, so that's all I see on X and our YouTube chat. Once again, thank you to everybody sending the updates on our YouTube chat. I appreciate that. Helps me out big time. Okay, so one of the questions here, it's a question for both the broadcasting and the analytics team. So, analytics team, heads up. What are the odds for each team to win the College World Series, and who ends up winning this year's College World Series? All right, well, let's dig into that. You know what? I have to look up who's still playing, because I was following it at the beginning, but then I kind of got busy with Legion baseball and I lost track of who's playing. So we don't have a graphic for that. I'll pick the Colorado Rockies to win that, and then our analytics team can. No, I'm just kidding. Let me dig that up here, and let's see here. College World Series. Let's see here. Where's the there's the bracket right there. All right, so the bracket has, let's see here. The bracket has Tennessee and Texas A&M. Wait, that one's already finished. That one, or no, it hasn't. June 14th through the 23rd. Or maybe this is a prediction bracket. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. I guess I don't know which bracket to look up there, so I can't answer that. But maybe our analytics team can chime in on the chat with their thing. So, Darnell says, "Why is Post 2 not good this year?" And with that said, they'll turn out the lights because they probably don't want me to answer that question. But why is Post 2 not good this year? You know, I'm not saying that they're not good, and I'm not sure what our analytics team has put into that research there. But, in my humble opinion, they're still a really good team. They're still a dangerous team. They still could very potentially win a state title this year. There's absolutely no doubt about it. The coaching up there has been fantastic year in and year out for several years. They've been a hot team in North Dakota for a long time. And they've been to the World Series a few times. So they even won it on one occasion. So there's nothing too negative to say about Fargo Post 2. I mean, they're a good team. We like them here at MSPN. We like them here at Fargo Post 400, and I know a few people around the state that would agree with me that they're a good team. So, why are they bad this year? That's a question that I have to redirect to our analytics team. So if there's no other questions you want to throw into the chat, then I will probably wrap this up here. Once again, your final scores in this game tonight: 7-3 in Game 2 and 9-8 in favor of Fargo Post 400 in Game number 1. So the Stars start the year off 2-0, and you can get a look at those updated standings. Let's see if they're updated or not. Nope, nothing yet. It's still the
the win-loss records going into today's game. So we know that Dickinson lost 2 to Fargo Post 2, so we know that Dickinson's 4-2. We know that Post 2 is 2-0. We know that Post 400 is 2-0. We know that Jamestown is 1-1. We know that Mandan is 1-1. We know that Grand Forks is 0-2. I'm not sure if Williston's played yet, and I think West Fargo's down in Florida, or they're somewhere. I know a couple hours ago on X that the West Fargo team was watching the Kansas City and New York Yankees game, so I'm guessing they're down in Kansas City this year. So, all right. Well, that'll wrap things up here. Once again, you can find us online on our X and our YouTube channel, and our MSPN analytics team will have more throughout the season to beg your questions, and we'll do our best to answer them. So thank you so much for tuning in tonight. We hope you had a fun day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Comets and the Kindred Vikings, Post 117, coming up 5:30 start here. This just in. Mandan is now 1-3. Grand Forks is 0-4. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep, that's right. I misadded the numbers there. So no final yet on the Bismarck-Mandan game. Is that correct? I know we're on an 18-second delay, so I'll hang out for another 18 seconds to see if we get a final score on that one. I know that Minot was up by 2 in the bottom of the 7th at last check. So if we don't get an answer here in 5:09, we've been on the air for 5 hours, 9 minutes, and 5 seconds. So I'll wait until we get to 5 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds to see if we get a final on the Bismarck and Minot game. And with that said, let's see here. Is there anything else I can go over while we're waiting? No, I think we've covered it all tonight. So once again, your final scores in this one. Still the bottom of the 7th, and Bismarck still trailing 7-5. Okay, so we will have to wait until further notice for a final on that game. Once again, your finals here. Fargo Post 400, 9-8 over Grand Forks in Game 1, and in Game 2, it was 7-3, your final score in Game 2. So the Stars go to 2-0 on the season. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for joining our Q&A. And thank you, Endgame, for all the game updates from the other Legion games around the state. Once again, follow us on X for all those final scores. And we'll talk to you again soon. Have a good night.
The proceeding has been a copyrighted presentation of MSPN Digital Television. Follow us online by searching MSPN DTV on YouTube and X to find broadcast schedules, on-demand broadcasts, and more. Thanks for watching MSPN Digital Television.